Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, August 22nd, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. What can we say, my friends? What can we say? This is going to be a very fun show. You know, I always love post-pay-per-view Mondays. You know that by now. I have been looking forward to this one. Really, not since Saturday night. I have been looking forward to this particular post-pay-per-view Monday for about 3 years. I have been looking forward to this exact show so I can say these exact things for about 3 years, and especially over the past 2+ years. This is going to be an amazing day. I hope wherever you may be, you are doing well, especially those of you in the UK, especially those of you in England, especially those of you in Birmingham, and especially those of you in Jamaica, because we can't forget our friends in Jamaica. This is your victory as well. This is a victory for a lot of people, my friends. This is a victory for a lot of people. And of course, I am talking about Leon Edwards' shocking, absolutely shocking knockout of one Kamaru Usman Saturday night in Salt Lake City, Utah, of all places, which ended up being the perfect place for this result. Shocking, not so much because Leon won. No, a lot of people, including myself, thought that he would win. Shocking because of how he did it, when he did it, how the fight was going, and against who he did it. Shocking for those reasons. A victory for so many people, a victory for every single person who was told no, a victory for every single person who tried to do things the right way, a victory for every single person who was thrown roadblock after roadblock, who was told F you, who was kind of left off to the side, who wasn't flashy, who wasn't showy, who wasn't puffing their chest out. It's a victory for meritocracy. It's a victory for doing things the right, just, and fair way. It's a victory for the working class. It's a victory for everyone who believed, not just in what's right, what's wrong, who believed in this particular fighter. Because let's be honest, for a very long time, there were a lot of reasons not to believe in this particular fighter. There were a lot of people telling you shouldn't believe in this particular fighter. And I have no problem sitting here and having this be a little bit about myself as well, because I know there are going to be, look at Ariel making it about himself. No. Today, I ain't listening to that, because today, I'm going to think back to the last 3 years. I'm going to think back to March of 2019. I'm going to think back to the O2 Arena. I'm going to think back to when Jorge Masvidal punched Leon Edwards backstage, jumped him. And I used that word on ESPN, jumped him. And I got a call from Jorge's team. And they said, man, you're talking jump, you're talking big words. And I said, yeah, when you do that in MMA, there needs to be a payoff. If you're going to fight backstage, there needs to be a payoff. Go back to March of 2019 and go back to what I said. Leon Edwards should fight Jorge Masvidal at the O2. Go back to what I said. Nah, we're not going to fight Leon. No one cares about Leon. Leon was booed by his own people at the O2. Leon was booed by his hometown or adopted hometown crowd when he was fighting Gunnar Nelson. He wasn't Darren Till. He wasn't the Golden Boy, let alone Michael Bisping. He wasn't any of these guys. He was booed March of 2019. And then he was ridiculed. And then he couldn't even get revenge because they went with Ben Askren, of course. We all remember that. And then Jorge gets on this incredible run. And what does Leon have to do? What does he get for his troubles, for his embarrassment, for getting screwed over? What does he get? He gets Rafael dos Anjos, one of the toughest outs in the game, in San Antonio, Texas. I mean, if Utah was random, San Antonio back then was just as random. And that's when I started calling him the Tim Duncan of MMA. Not because of the rings, not because of his age. Come on, guys, stick with me. It's because he never puffed his chest out, because he never spoke up. He wasn't a big draw in terms of personality. He was just a guy who did things the right way. The big fundamental, if you will, right? And what does he do? He goes out and he beats Rafael dos Anjos. And he does so rather convincingly. And usually you get a win like that over a guy like that, a former champion at 155. Usually you go on to bigger and better things. And he got bigger and better things. Let's not mistake the situation. He got a big opportunity against a former champion named Tyron Woodley in March of 2020 in London at the O2, a headliner. Unfortunately, there was this thing called the pandemic and there was this thing called COVID that ended up screwing all of that and ended up canceling that fight. And then everything started to change for Leon Edwards because at that point he was still, even though he got screwed by the Masvidal situation, he saw other people get title shots before him, he was still on this trajectory. But everything changed in March of 2020. Let me continue that thought in a moment. First, I do want to thank our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour. Thank you for the support. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code the MMA Hour. Appreciate them, support them because they support us. Thank you to them. I'm going to get in trouble if I don't say that. Back to March of 2020. Here he is, a guy who gets a call on a Sunday morning, 6 days before the fight. You need to go to the airport right now. It's important to look at this from a macro level, not just the micro level of Saturday, to fully appreciate and understand and respect what Leon did and what he had to overcome just to get to Saturday, let alone win on Saturday. You have to understand the journey. You have to understand what the past 3 years have been like, let alone what he had been through getting up to that point, and we will get to that too. Don't you worry, we will get to that. Post pay-per-view Monday, Leon's going to join us, Tim Simpson's going to join us, Merab's going to join us, Paulo Costa's going to join us, the crew's going to join us. Back to March 2020, he gets a call on a Sunday morning, and they say to him, you got to go to the airport right now. The world is shutting down. It's Armageddon. The world is stopping. Borders are closing. You need to get to the United States right now. He's like, what are you talking about? I was supposed to headline in my home country, adopted home country, at the O2 famous arena in 6 days. Now you're telling me I have to leave my family. I have to go to the United States, and I don't know when I could come back? What are you talking about? I don't know if I'll be able to return. No, I got to sit out. And remember what was said about him back then. Remember how he was ridiculed. He doesn't want it bad enough. He doesn't do what it takes. Shame on you, Leon. Shame on you. You'll never be a champion. You're a Bellator. Where are the tweets? Show the tweets right now. I want to see the tweets of what people said. We picked up some of these tweets. These are tweets of what people were saying about Leon, not just in that moment, but leading up to Saturday. Where are my tweets? I want to see my tweets. I want to go, not this tweet. I want to go to the tweets of what people were saying about Leon Edwards over the past 3 years. Let's look at the tweets. Leon Edwards will never be a UFC champion. What are you saying now, Nathan Moore? March of 2019. What else we got? This is just a taste. This is a 0.05%. Edwards will always be known as the guy that Masvidal punched in the face backstage and nothing more. October of 2020. What else we got? How you feeling now, Barry Halls? How about this one? Leon Edwards is more of a Bellator type fighter. If you ask me, he should go over there and crush cans for a living. How are you feeling now? Ander X. What else we got? We got any more? Oh, this is a good one. Edwards is going to get stomped by Usman. You can do Chimaev versus Edwards to see if he's worthy and find out he is not. How did that go? We'll get to Saturday in a moment. What else do we have? I think we have a couple more. Do we have a couple more there, or is that it? So much respect for you, Ariel. Oh, thank you. But couldn't disagree more about the way you promote Leon. It's ridiculous. He doesn't deserve the praise that you give him. It's absurd. Absurd to watch. Do we have another one, or is that it? I don't know. Oh, we have more. Edwards' quote-unquote big wins were against RDA and Cerrone fighting up a weight class and a young Vicente. Unlucky Masvidal got hurt, but I bet Gilbert Durinho is game to step in and has a nice story. How about Leon beat a top 6 currently in the weight class before we crown him number 1 contender? And so let's stop right there. Gilbert's a great example of someone that I'd like to talk to because Gilbert was able to benefit from, Leon, in some people's eyes, fumbling the bag, not stepping up to the plate, all this stuff and more. And Gilbert gets the opportunities, right? He got the Woodley fight. He then gets the title fight in July. Unfortunately, he gets COVID. They call Leon up on 7 days' notice to replace Gilbert Durinho, who had COVID. And unfortunately, he's like, I haven't been training. I'm not ready. What do you want me to do? You want me to go to Fight Island on 6 days' notice? And fight for the belt after all this time? No. Jorge Masvidal get the shot. And so here's a guy, Leon Edwards, who while I was at, the other company, let's go over here. While I was at the other company, Leon Edwards is being mocked. He's being ridiculed. People are saying, oh, he's not a big star. He's not a big draw. He's boring, right? And so who is Kamaru fighting? He's fighting Jorge. He's fighting Colby. He's fighting Dorino. He's fighting all these guys, right? He's lapping them, right? He's fighting them twice. All the guys who said, Leon is boring. Leon can't hang. We're not going to look at Leon. Leon doesn't deserve a number one contender fight. He doesn't even deserve to be in the conversation with the likes of these guys. That's what they were saying. Remember, he's Leon Scott. He's boring. The irony that all these guys get an opportunity, some multiple times, to fight Kamaru Usman, and it's Leon who gets the victory, and it's Leon who gets the knockout, and it's Leon who's the champion who tastes gold. The guy that everyone mocked, the guy that everyone said didn't even deserve to be in the conversation, not with the champion. Forget the champion, number one contender. How dare you? I mean, the battles that I used to have with Chael, with DC, with you guys online, with the Gilberts of the world, with the dominance guys coming after me. Oh, Bilal, this and that. And you guys all mocked this guy because he wasn't able to maybe hang with you toe-to-toe verbally, right? He wasn't able to go toe-to-toe. He didn't have someone tweeting on his behalf. He didn't care about all this stuff. He kept getting roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. And then what happens? Oh, okay. Cool. You can't fight Woodley. You can't fight for the belt on 6 days' notice. We're going to give you a title shot on 6 days' notice. How about this guy, Khamzat Chimaev, who during that time on Fight Island beats two guys in a matter of seconds? You got to fight him. Really? This guy's not even ranked. I'm ranked number 3. No, you got to fight him. Why? This makes no sense. You just gave me a title shot. You just told me to go fight someone on 6 days, and now I'm fighting Khamzat Chimaev? Nah, I'm not doing that. Okay, you're out of the rankings. We're removing you from the rankings. This is 2 years ago, my friends. We're removing you from the rankings. All right, fine. We'll make a deal. I'll fight Khamzat. Once he agrees to fight Khamzat. Canceled. Twice he agrees to fight Khamzat. Canceled. 3 times he agrees to fight Khamzat. Canceled. 3rd time, Bilal Muhammad. Looking great, but can't get the victory. Can't get the nod. Can't get the shine. Can't get over. Why? No contest, eye poke. There's a scene in the bus. He's crying. He is crying to his mom. His mom who had him when she was 15 years old. 15 years old. His mom who had him when she was 15 in Jamaica. He is a father who's involved in gangs, in the drug scene. Doesn't even know that he has a brother. His brother's living with his grandmother. His brother Fabian, a great Bellator fighter. They meet when they're 6. They move to the UK. Better life in Birmingham, which, doesn't get the shine that a London does, right? Doesn't get the shine in the UK, doesn't get the shine in England. It's the trenches. It's the working class, right? He goes there, and what is it? It's more trouble. It's more bad news. It's more gangs. It's more drugs. It's more of that. His father gets murdered. A guy who grows up without a dad. A guy who grows up with his single mother who had him when she was 15 years old. This is what he grew up. This is the type of scene that he grew up in. And then they're walking by a gym when he's a teenager, and she says, maybe you should try this MMA thing because I need you off the streets. And it's that exact road that led him to Saturday. And so when he's fighting Bilal Muhammad and he loses via, it's essentially viewed as a loss in many people's eyes because you didn't get over. It's a no contest officially, but in many people's eyes, he didn't get any credit for that. It's like, oh, here's Leon again, fumbling the bag. He's crying to her. What more do I have to do? COVID screwed me. All these opportunities I couldn't get. I signed up to fight Khamzat 3 times. What happens? I freaking fight this guy who's below me in the rankings, who's a game fighter, who I look great against, and I poke him in the eye. And so then it's a no contest. All right, fine. Then he gets a great opportunity against Nathan Diaz. Kudos to him. Has to wait an extra month because the fight got postponed, but great. He gets this opportunity. And what happens? Again, he can't get the victory. He can't get the victory in the people's eyes. It says victory here on the screen, but he can't be viewed as a victor. He gets no momentum. He gets no love. He's winning for 24 minutes. And again, last minute, what happens? Nate, few shots, ends up becoming, the people's champion that night. He wins the war, so to speak. Maybe not the battle, but in the eyes of the people, Nathan Diaz won the war. And again, he can't get the rub. And again, he can't get put over. And again, it's other people saying, nah. You go fight other guys. You go fight. Oh, okay, now you could fight Masvidal after he lost twice to the champion. Now you should go fight him. And he agrees to go fight him, even though at that point he should have been the number one contender, right? He agreed to fight Masvidal when it really didn't make any sense at that point for him. He is literally a fight away from fighting for the belt. He wins that fight. And now he's going backwards to fight Masvidal, who had 2 chances at the belt, and he agrees to fight him. What happens? Fight gets canceled, and now he's left in limbo. And again, all throughout this time, we're checking in. He's not, crying. He's not raising a stink. He's not going on a Twitter tirade. He's not calling X, Y, and Z. He's just like, man, when is it going to go my way? When is it going to go my way? And when it does go my way, it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing because I have had to eat so many shit sandwiches. I've had to overcome so much here. I represent everyone who got screwed over the past 2 years. I represent everyone who's been told no. I represent everyone who's had to take the long route to get to wherever they want to go. 10-fight unbeaten streak. Some guys get a title shot after 2 fights. Some guys get a title shot after 1 fight. 10-fight unbeaten streak. And he had to go all the way. And it wasn't even a guarantee after the Nathan Diaz fight because he didn't even get the title shot after the Nathan Diaz fight. It was Jorge Masvidal. And he finally gets it. He finally gets that title shot. And when is it? It's August 20th, the same day as Anthony Joshua, the biggest star in British combat sports, arguably in his revenge match against Alexander Usyk in Saudi Arabia. So he's going to get eclipsed. You know that in terms of attention, in terms of media, he's going to get eclipsed, right? And where is it? It's in Salt Lake City, Utah, a place that he had never heard of, didn't know where Utah was, didn't know where Salt Lake was, knew nothing about it, right? Now he'll never forget it. Now it will always be a special place in his heart. And I bet you he goes back and he should be feted over there and celebrated over there and have a parade for him over there, let alone in Birmingham. But what happens this week? This week, it's casual, cool, calm, and collected Leon completely being overshadowed again, not showing up with the sunglasses and the fancy stuff and all this stuff, just, saying his piece. Underdog. We're talking 205 Usman. We're talking Canelo Alvarez. We're talking Khamzat this. We're talking greatest of all time. We're talking pound for pound king. Leon is nothing but a bit player in all of this. Nothing but a bit player. And so what happens? The fight starts and it's like, oh, damn. Leon came correct. Leon, he was ready to go. First round, had his back. Threatening. Little dicey situations here, but we've seen this before. The challenger has a good moment early on. We remember Liz Carmouche. We remember some of these other moments where it was like, oh my God, is something happening? Valentina Shevchenko recently. Something happened. The world corrects itself. Second round, bullied, beaten, shots to the body, shots to the face, overpowered, overmatched. And then the body language just keeps, It keeps deteriorating and deteriorating and deteriorating. He can't look his coaches in the eye. And this is being talked about on the broadcast. His coach, Dave Lavelle, I have watched that clip of him to the tune of the Rocky music. I swear to God, I've watched it 250 times. It's going to be my new alarm. I'm going to wake up to that thing. And I suggest you do as well. How could you not want to run through a wall? And I saw Dwayne Ludwig, who I have the utmost respect for, but a bit of a hater in that moment because Dwayne was like, oh, this is nothing more than like motivational hype man. No, listen to the other coaches. They were telling him what to do. But this one guy who has been with him for all these years knew that he needed to freaking wake him up. He needed to get him going. And it took first round to second round to third round to fourth round to fifth round. At this point, head down, a minute to go. Usman's en route to another victory, en route to more talk about pound for pound king status, en route to more talk about GOAT status, en route to more talk about Canelo, en route to more talk about 205 and all this other nonsense. And what happens? That final minute, the same final minute that screwed him against Nate Diaz, finally, the world corrects itself for Leon Edwards. In that final minute, this young man from Jamaica, this young man from the trenches, this young man who everyone did not want to give a shot to, dug down deep and threw the kick of a lifetime, the head kick that will be talked about and remembered until this sport no longer ceases to exist. Until I die, I will be thinking about that moment. One of the greatest things that I have ever seen inside the octagon. And again, it's because we have respect for Kamaru Usman. It's because he was a tremendous champion, a fighting champion, a game champion. It's because of what he did that makes that moment. Make no mistake about it. This isn't me raining on his legacy or whatever he did over the last 3 years. That's a great champion who has a lot to be proud of, and the way he conducted himself in the aftermath, nothing short of amazing, and he deserves all the credit. But it's because of who he is, it makes that moment that much greater. And it's because it came in the final minute of a fight that he was about to lose 4 rounds to 1 after everything that he had been through. To throw a kick like that and to land it, magical. One of the great, for me personally, on a personal note, after the last few years, after seeing what this guy had been through, after seeing how few had his back from the brass to his fellow fighters, and I would have conversations with some of these people and I would be like, yo, this could be you. This could be your client. This guy represents what's right about MMA. He does things the right way. Hard hat, lunch pail, meritocracy, the fair way. And you guys are trying to ruin that. Exhibit 3,492, why there will never be a union as long as things stay the same, why this is always an individual sport. This guy didn't try to cut corners. He was fighting unranked guys. He was fighting guys that no one wanted to fight to get to this point. And he pulls it off like that. And he does it in that moment with less than a minute to go, 56 seconds to go. One of the most shocking, one of the greatest, one of the most amazing turn of events in the history of the sport. And I was trying to think, what is this like? Have we ever seen, yes, we saw Yuri get a submission. We saw Yuri get a submission with, a minute or so left over Glover, which was amazing. Glover, never been submitted, all that stuff, but Glover wasn't a long-standing champion. And there were some people who thought it was 2-2 going into that 5th round. And of course, we all remember UFC 117, right? We remember 117 where it was Chael, the underdog, like a minute away, a minute and a half away, whatever it was, about to beat Anderson, which was a great moment. But in that moment, it was the king, right? The king who pulled it off. In this moment, it was the Chael who pulled it off. It was the underdog. It was the guy who had been kicked on and stomped on and spat on. He's the one that pulled it off. We have never seen anything like this in any type of title fight, in any type of UFC fight. Yeah, we saw Korean Zombie do it, but last second, that wasn't a title fight. That wasn't with the backstory. We have never seen anything like this. And isn't it amazing? And isn't it ironic that the guy that they all said was boring, the guy that they all said no one connected with, the guy that they all said wasn't one of the top stars in England, right? They show him on the screen, no one says a word. They show this guy, that guy, Patty, Darren, whatever, everyone pops, right? Isn't it amazing that it's that guy from Birmingham, from Jamaica, who elicits this type of response from the public? I have no problem saying it. I got emotional on Saturday night. I have the opportunity to do a show on Saturday night where I get to talk to the people, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. And I got to talk to people from Birmingham, from England, from the UK, 7 a.m. in the morning, who are crying, who are emotional, because what Leon Edwards did gives them hope, makes them proud, makes them believe, makes them want to keep fighting. I'm not making this out to be bigger than what it is. Trust me, listen to those voices. I've tweeted the clip. This is bigger than MMA. This is bigger than sport. That guy that everyone said wasn't good enough, wasn't strong enough, wasn't popular enough, wasn't dynamic enough, wasn't well-rounded enough, he elicited that emotion. It's a beautiful thing. And he's going to be the guy to bring them to the UK and to do a show at Wembley, what they're talking about now. He's going to be the guy to do that. Old Leon Rocky Edwards. He's going to be the one, the face of UK MMA, Leon Rocky Edwards, going to get that moment after everything. And now everyone else who ignored him over the past 3 years wants to fight him, wants to go toe-to-toe, wants to get the rub off of his moment. God, sometimes the world has a way of correcting itself for the underdogs, for the voiceless, for the ones who just can't seem to catch a break. And I really do feel like Leon represents so many people over the past 2+ years who feel like they just can't catch a break. This guy had to do it in Utah, had to do it when no one was watching in the UK, right? Middle of the night, Anthony Joshua, all that stuff. And he does it against the pound-for-pound king. I mean, what can you say? I was telling the guys at the beginning here, I don't know what I'm going to say here. I don't know. I've been thinking about what am I going to say? What am I going to say on this Monday after I mean, there were times like I would ask myself, why are you battling for this guy so much? I'm getting into like tweet wars and stuff with Gilbert and all this, and I'm battling Chael and DC. I mean, go back. The footage is there. It's all there. Why? Because I felt like no one had this guy's back, and I felt like he was really good. I felt like he was really deserving of these opportunities, but because he maybe didn't have, someone tweeting for him, or maybe didn't have the personality, or maybe didn't have, the fan base, or the Instagram followers, or the tweets, or the Twitter followers, or the engagement, all this bullshit that we like to talk about. At the end of the day, the great equalizer is that cage. And if you could just get into the cage, you could pull off a moment like that, you will now be remembered among the gods. That picture is going up on this wall. I can assure you of that. That is one of the greatest moments in the history of this sport, one of the greatest moments that I've ever experienced as a watcher of the sport. The first moment that I ever experienced where I felt something watching MMA was UFC 65, George St. Pierre versus Matt Hughes, watching it in Montreal. I felt something that day. I felt like this was special. This was a community that I wanted to be a part of. The next time I felt that, it might have been UFC 187. When my friend Daniel Cormier finally tasted gold after everything he had been through, and he beat Anthony Joshua. What a moment that was. He was able to hold that belt. He was able to feel something. Like, it was just amazing to see that. I felt it when Conor beat Chad Mendes. Absolutely felt it when Conor beat Chad Mendes, and I felt it on Saturday. And honestly, the Saturday one might top them all because of who this dude was and the fan base and what he represents. Just a really special moment, and I can't wait to talk to him later today. I can't wait to talk to Leon freaking Rocky Edwards. You remember what we said on Monday? What did we say on Monday? Do we have the clip from Monday when I was talking to Leon Edwards? Can we play that for a second? What did I say to Leon on Monday? Do we have this clip? I'd love to play it. This is the beginning of a whole new chapter of your life.
That's what I've been wanting anyway. I believe I'm number one anyway, Arrow, so bring them all on. One by one.
You know what? I'm just happy I don't have to, fight the good fight for you over here. I don't have to take the bullets for you anymore. We're here. We made it.
You're doing well, man. You're pushing it for years.
I know.
Thank you for helping me, and here we are, 5 days away.
We'll talk to you on Monday when you have the belt. Deal?
Strap time, facts.
We'll talk to you on Monday when you have the belt. Shout out to my guy Spencer, who's making these incredible clips for me. I mean, look at that. Look at that emotion, that scene backstage when once again, I mean, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. We have the Bilal scene in the bus. He's crying to his mom, and then we get the scene on Saturday. He's walking in the back, crying to his mom. I mean, when I saw that, I'm a mama's boy. You all know I'm a mama's boy. The first person you want to call when you have a great moment like Saturday is your mom. The first person you want to call when your heart is broken, like it was against Bilal, is your mom. And Leon, for as little as he allows us to get into his world and into his life and into his heart, he gives us those moments. And because he doesn't do it often, those moments mean so much more. And to see him, and thank God they were rolling at that time, to see him connect with his mother, call his mother, hear his mother, crying and screaming and yelling. What's better than that, guys? What is better than that? I hope you can all appreciate this. And even if you aren't a fan of his, enjoy this and revel in it. This is why this sport is the best. Couldn't agree more with Dana White. This is what makes the sport so special, because we get so emotionally invested in these one singular journey, right? Like a journey of a human, not a team, not a collection of guys, one guy. Right? And we attach ourselves to this guy, and we go through the ups and downs with this guy, and we want to see him prevail so badly that we almost want to go in there and fight the fight with him. We want to see him get over the hump, right? We want to see him will his way to the top. And then it finally happens, and it's a beautiful thing. It's why this sport is so great. It's why we all love this sport, and it's why this sport is unlike anything, because it's rare you even get it in boxing. It's something very unique to MMA. He was, in that moment with a minute left, the equivalent of someone who was down 20 points. He was down 20 points in the fourth quarter with a minute left. He was down 4 touchdowns with a minute left. He was down multiple goals with a minute left. In all those other sports, football, baseball, down multiple runs, right? Basketball, all those things. Hockey, It is almost impossible. There is not one singular action that could get, you can't chuck a 20-pointer. You can't throw a 21-point touchdown. You can't do that. You can't kick 4 goals at the same time. But in MMA, you could do all that with one punch, one kick, one knee, one whatever. And he did it. And he freaking did it. Get up, son. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Get up. Keep fighting. Make it dirty. If you can't relate to that, I don't know what to tell you. And so later on today, we are talking to the freaking champ. We are talking to the champion of the world, the welterweight champion of the world, Leon Rocky Edwards. There's only one Rocky Edwards. Sing with me, Frank. There's only one Rocky Edwards. Walking along, singing a song, walking in a rocky wonderland. There's only one. Sing it, Frank. Rocky Edwards. There's only one Rocky Edwards. God, I hope he gets that type of reception. I hope the reception that we saw for Yuri Prochazka pales in comparison to whatever reception he gets in Birmingham whenever he returns. I know he's in Vegas now celebrating, rightfully so, well-deserved, well-earned. He is celebrating his 31st birthday. Young guy. He's been around a long time. Young guy celebrating his 31st birthday on the 25th in 3 days. And I hope when he goes back home, he gets a reception like that. We first saw him reign supreme against Seth Baczynski, gets that 8-second knockout back in 2015. 7 years later, he gets a knockout with 4 minutes and 4 seconds into the 5th round of his title fight, which you know was going to be his one and done. You know if he lost that fight, he ain't never sniffing a title fight ever again. You just know it. And he did that, and he pulled that off, and he elicited this type of emotion out of people. It's amazing. I could talk about Rocky Edwards for 4 hours today. I could literally sit here and talk about this guy and his journey and everything and all the arguments and battles that we have had. Because I know everyone watching right now felt the same way about this guy. I know this. I know the fans of this show felt the same way about this guy and feel like this is a victory for them too. I know it. I know who you are. I know exactly what you are feeling and how you are feeling. And if you don't feel something, if you don't have that passion for this sport, I don't know if you're a fan of my work or a fan of this show. So I know who's watching right now, and I appreciate you more than you know, and he appreciates you. I can assure you of that more than you know. It was amazing. It was really amazing. Not the most memorable card, right? You had the great moment with Luke Rockhold and Paulo Costa. Tremendous stuff there from the two of them. Showed incredible heart. Dug down deep. Very emotional afterwards. Luke Rockhold. Incredibly emotional. The end of an era for him. Former Strikeforce champ, former UFC champion, former Strikeforce champion, left the sport for 3 years, talked a lot this week, didn't have that extra gear to beat Paulo Costa. And I wasn't going to get into this now, but let me just say, shame on Jake Paul. Shame on you, Jake Paul. Shame on you for saying what you said about those guys on Saturday night. And not because, I get it. Trust me, I get it. They're 85ers picking a fight. One guy's at the end of his UFC contract. The other guy's at the end of his... There's potential fights there. I get that this is somewhat of a work. But shame on you. And I don't even care that you were coming after me. The lone guy in MMA media, it feels at times, who has had your back, who has supported what you've tried to do, who has given you props, right? Forget about all of that. These are some of the tweets, some of the exchanges. Another 10-7 for Helwani. We don't need to pat ourselves. You saw it. You know it. Barry H., what's up? Shame on you for picking on the guy who was saying the stuff that you were saying over the past, year and a half, the exact same stuff that you were saying. Only difference is he meant it. He felt it. He experienced it. You're on the outside looking in. None of this pertains to you, but you have said it, and you have done a good job of shining a light on it, as I've said on this show. But to do this gimmick, to do this shtick, about the one guy who had the freaking balls to do it in the fucking media room, in front of the media, in front of the people, in the ENG shoot room, to be on this show and talk to this, to say the things that he said. Shame on you for being that guy in that moment, taking that away from Luke Rockhold, because everything that you have said for the past year and a half, in my opinion, discredited after what you did on Saturday. Everything that you said, because Luke Rockhold I don't care what he has said about you. And again, some of that is gimmick, gamesmanship, all that. Luke Rockhold is saying the exact same stuff that you are quote unquote fighting for. And I've had to battle with my own friends, my own colleagues, my own people here, back and forth. I've had to battle with them over your intentions, your motives. And I've had your back. I have had your back. I have said, no, it's sincere. I have said, no, it's coming from a good place. And then this dude is fighting for these same things while under the thumb of the company, and you take an opportunity to shit on. And by the way, bad take, horrible take. It was nothing short of amazing. He is a legend. He is a former champion in 2 organizations. He is a pioneer. He is a Hall of Famer. Forget about all that. Shame on you for doing that in that moment. Wait a bit. Wait a week. Wait 2 weeks. Wait a day. Wait 2 days. Wait till Monday. In that moment, showing that heart, bleeding, breathing, it has nothing to do with you. What would they say about me? What are you talking about? This dude's been in freaking wars. This guy almost had his leg amputated. This guy had a surgery on his face. They said he might not fight again. What are you talking about? Nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing to do with you. And if you want to endear yourself to the fighting community, the MMA community, that for whatever reason you have taken interest in, and especially get the fighters on your back to champion this cause for fighter pay, it's the Luke Rockholds that you need on your side. So that was disappointing. That was very disappointing. Merab Dvalishvili with a big win over Jose Aldo. But of course, the story was Leon Edwards and everything he did. And of course, we now have to wonder what happens. Does he go to Wembley? Does he fight Usman again? It seems like it. Masvidal now back in the mix. Of course, it would make sense. Shades of Dan Henderson back in the day fighting Michael Bisping when it didn't make sense for him to fight Michael Bisping, but there was a history there, although Henderson wasn't necessarily on the losing streak that Masvidal was on. That fight needs to happen at some point. Does it happen next? I don't know. To me, if I'm booking it, you got to go back to Usman out of respect for him after everything he has done, after the winning streak that he was on, after the title defenses, the 5 title defenses, fighting champion, fought guys, short notice, this, that. I would do the Usman fight again. I would run it back. I would let my hair down. I would have fun. I would recreate some of the scenes that we have seen in the UK as of late. Forget the O2. Go to Wembley. Have Leon on there. Have Arnold Allen on there. Have Paddy Pimblett on there. Have Molly McCann on there. God willing, Tommy Aspinall. Could it happen? Probably a long shot. Have him sitting in the freaking front row. Have Lerone Murphy on there. Have every single one of them. Have Mohamed Mokaev on there, Darren Till on there, UK versus the world, Paul Craig on there. Have every single one of them on that card, top to bottom, and make it the greatest night in the history of UK mixed martial arts. What a scene that would be. It's a beautiful thing. All those guys who clowned on him said that he couldn't hang, shouldn't hang, wouldn't be there. Leon Scott, look at him now. Look at him. Let me talk to the guys. I need to take a breather here. Guys, what did you think? Tell me. Do you see you were there? You were watching. Oh, there's the boys. A victory for the club, man. Rick, you were with me at ESPN watching all those clips. How many fights? How many arguments? How many wars? How many shots did I take? Why? Hey, I would talk. By the way, shoot right now. Shoot. Fourth wall. Talk to people behind the scenes. Leon Edwards, not a star. Don't push him. Not going to get the opportunity. We'd rather this. We'd rather that. No, this is what's right. This is what the sport should be. Meritocracy.
I have to admit, it's very hard to follow what just happened here. Like that was very impressive. I will admit, I mean, you're talking about, people behind the scenes. I will admit, I'm probably one of those. I probably fall more into the category of having doubted than said, he deserves it. Let's get him it. So
thank you.
Completely understand the fight that you were fighting. And yeah, he made the most of the opportunity as we saw on Saturday night. I mean, just an all-time historic moment. Like that is one of the moments in MMA. Like I was trying to contextualize it myself. I was trying to like digest it, and like a lot of the focus tends to be like, okay, what happens next, right? Who's he going to fight next? Where is he going to fight? What's the fallout? Yada, yada, yada. But I think it's fair to say, no matter what happens from that point on, this moment will be one of those that is etched in MMA history forever. And the significance will be important forever.
So
I think
where do you put it right now?
Yes.
To me, it's bigger than Holly. It's bigger than, because you have to look at everything this dude has been through, right? All the bullshit, all the roadblocks, taking out of the rankings, Hamzat stuff. I don't know if we've ever seen a guy get crapped on this much and then pull it off like that. Had he won via decision, it wouldn't even have felt the same, right? Had he won in the first minute, it wouldn't have felt the same.
For sure not. I don't think it's bigger than Holly. That moment just felt like the world collapsed. I think it's more a better comeback, a more impressive thing than Holly, because Holly was kind of cruising against Ronda, right? Like Holly was the one who was in control of that fight, and then she upset Ronda. This one, Leon Edwards was dead to rights. The commentary is burying him. His corner is begging him to do something. This was over. This was done. The obituary was written.
We were in a group chat, and you were like, it was always Usman decision. This is what it was going to be. Usman decision.
What did you think, GC? Tell us. You were watching with Frank, right?
I was watching with Frank. I mean, I can't state my reaction in words. It was just sitting there watching it. It was just wow, Usman's really going to do it. I thought maybe Leon might have a chance. He makes the one mistake in the first round, gets put on his back, and then pretty much just comes back and dominates the fight from there. I was like, he's just going to do it again. Where does he go from here? I'm thinking about what his next fights are, and then it's just boom, and my jaw dropped. It was unbelievable. It was something I've never seen in sports. Someone compared it. This is the only true comparison I've seen it from another sport was the Patriots Super Bowl against the Seahawks. Seahawks are on the one, and the Patriots get the interception. The face that Richard Sherman makes when he sees the interception, that's what it was. But
even that is 1/10 of how great this is.
Exactly. The fight was over. Usman had won. He was cruising for another minute, and he was going to get in still. There's no question about it. The scorecards reflected that. And yeah, he came back from the dead. It was crazy. It was insane. It was insane.
Oh my God. Frank, what do you think?
Anything?
Tell me, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the fight was winding down. Usman had all the rounds.
Thank you, Frank. But then right now, this is good. This is really good.
Oh my God.
So then, when all of this, the foot gets snapped like that, and it's it was dead silence even at Connor's. Everybody just had their mouth open.
Oh, thank God I wasn't on camera at that moment.
Yeah,
I screamed, "Oh my God!" Out of pure shock. It was the Anik call when he's "No way!" That is how I felt. It took me a few seconds to process what had just happened. It was just we had quite a few people at my house too, and everyone was just in complete shock.
Literally everyone. Yeah. And it just goes to show with this sport, I guess almost every fight that I've seen, for better or for worse, one event can just change the entire play out of everything. So it was definitely interesting to see that.
Yeah, 1 second can change the entire landscape of a weight division for years to come.
Yeah. Oh, this changes everything, right? Because the plan was Usman wins, Hamzat wins, right? And I want to throw a curveball your way here in a moment. Usman wins, Hamzat wins, and then we're going to get Hamzat versus Usman. Now, Usman's talking 205, he's talking this, he's talking that, he's talking Canelo, blah, blah, blah. None of that was going to happen. It was going to be Hamzat versus Usman had those two guys won. How about this, guys? How about the fact that Leon Edwards is now the champion? This changes everything. It screws up everything. How about the fact, two things. Number one, Kamaru Usman is 35 years old. Kamaru Usman is not 26, which is how old GSP was when he was shocked by Matt Serra. He then came back, rebuilt himself, was a little gun shy early on, but had an incredible career and ended up being the greatest of all time, in my opinion. When you get knocked out like that when you're 35, it changes you. I don't care. We've seen it time and again. You get knocked out like that, you never quite come back the same, right? You never quite come back the same. And so he is 35, and I'm wondering if he should come back. And right now, my take is he should get that shot. He has earned it. He has done enough. They should do the trilogy. It's a gigantic fight. It's a massive fight. It's going to be a huge deal. But what about this, my friends? Okay, if there's something in the air and there's something in the water, and some way, somehow, Nathan Diaz pulls it off on September 10th. Stick with me here for a second. There is a universe that I can actually see that the UFC after that fight says, what do you want? How do we make this right? Stay here. You get Leon next, right? You could do that fight. You could sell that fight.
I mean, you could sell that fight 100%. I mean, Nate did to Leon almost what Leon did to Kamaru. He was there. He had him in the 5th, and Leon was able to survive it. That to me feels like a bridge too far, just because the Hamzat aspect of this, like I just can't see.
Fair, but what if
in a hypothetical?
If it happens?
If Nate pulls that off, I'm the UFC. I'm Hunter Campbell. I'm Dana White. I say, what do you want? You want 20 mil? I'll give you 20 mil. What do you want?
Yeah.
F. Jake Paul. Forget that fight. What are you doing after that fight? Nothing. We got you right here. This is your home. Fight Leon, Wembley Stadium. What a fight. Is there a bigger fight than that? Is there a bigger fight? I don't know.
Can I ask, where do you rank Jorge Leon versus the trilogy fight?
No,
which do you think is more significant?
Below it. Jorge Leon 2 or Usman Edwards 3?
Well, it's not really 2.
Yeah.
They never fought, but I get your point. You're making a joke about the fact that he got jumped backstage. No, never fought. No, it's not even close. It's not close now.
Here's my thing, and I'll explain my thinking. I think there's a reasonable case to be made if you're Leon Edwards to want the Jorge Masvidal fight. And I think it could be a very big fight.
Yeah.
And I think there's a case to be made when Kamaru Usman had the opportunity. He chose a rematch with Jorge Masvidal. Leon had to wait. Leon had to find himself some other things to do. I think if you're Leon Edwards, there's a reasonable case to be made to say, no, this guy did this to me. It's my time now. It's my story. I want this guy, and then I'll come back.
100%.
Then we can do.
But here's the thing.
And then we can do.
Won't the fans be mad about that?
Yeah.
If Leon is Mr. Meritocracy, this goes against that.
Oh, see,
listen.
Yeah, I would rather see the trilogy.
I think that can be there. That one you can instant heat up, right? That one you can go. Leon
is it fair to Usman?
Leon shocked the world. When you're the champion, was it fair that Leon Edwards didn't get a title shot until now?
No, none of this was fair.
When you're the champ, it's your turn to make the decisions. That's my feeling on it. That's my personal feeling on it. I think Leon Edwards can call his shot, and if I was Leon Edwards personally, I think I'd be calling Jorge Masvidal's number. That's who I really think I'd be calling.
If there was anyone,
I want that.
If there was anyone who has earned the right to sit there like Scarface and be like, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me it in this place, it's this dude, right? And I don't think anyone should hate on him, should begrudge him if he's like, nah, this dude punched me in the back in my freaking arena. Please give me this guy. Let me dispose of him. Let me get rid of him once and for all, and then I'll go meet this guy. I don't think anyone would hate on him.
Kamaru.
I don't hate.
Then we can
I don't hate
business
it,
with
but
Kamaru. I think that's the move.
I think the fans would turn on him in that regard. I don't think they would see it from his angle because no one looks at anything past 1 week in this stupid sport. Understand, this guy was clowned and embarrassed. So I get what you're saying.
100%.
I wouldn't hate it. I just don't see it happening.
If I'm Leon Edwards, do I owe Kamaru Usman anything? Do I owe him that? Do I owe him the immediate rematch? Now, if I'm Kamaru Usman, I'm saying to myself, hey, I look at how many wins I racked up in a row. I was a great champion. I was an active champion. I'm just coming back from hand surgery and I'm still ready to fight. Like, don't get me wrong. I think Kamaru Usman also deserves a rematch, but he's not the champion. Leon Edwards is the champion, and I think he should call a shot. And if he's calling the shot,
if you're Leon Edwards right now, if you're Tim Simpson, Leon, Audie, you guys all huddle up.
Give me Jorge in London.
Wow.
I wanna right that wrong. The backstage thing, I want to right this wrong right now, and then let's roll, and then let's roll into Kamaru Usman. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Both scenes would be absolute. I will freaking be there. I'll be standing outside if I have to. I'm gonna freaking be there watching it on a transistor freaking TV, whatever those things are called. What do you do, GC? Right now, you're the team. You're going back. Who do you
I'm
pick?
with you from Leon's perspective on. I feel like that's like what Leon would want to do. I'm with you, but from the fan perspective, I want to see the trilogy. I want to see...
Because it's the more competitive fight, because the better story.
Yes,
why?
Plus, Usman is coming off of defending the belt, 5 times?
Yeah.
He hadn't lost yet in the UFC. We just saw it happen with Nunez Pena. I just think the trilogy, I think Usman is deserving of that. He's already beaten Leon before. Like, I think the trilogy is what you make.
I think pointing to Nunez Pena is a perfect example of kind of like, now it feels like kind of a course correction, right? Like history has been righted, and now point. Amanda Nunes is back on top. You lose that specialness. You lose the chance. Like, now what for Juliana Pena? Like, I don't think they're itching to run that back again. They might, they could, but it's doubtful. It's now Amanda Nunes.
Yeah, now it just feels like a thing that happened in a 7-month stretch, and now it's gone.
On.
Yeah.
So,
but what if that happens with Usman? What if Usman comes out and it's the same thing, but there is no head kick?
That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm saying
For Leon,
if you're Leon
with
Edwards,
you on Leon, yes. If you are Leon Edwards,
By the way,
yes, I
we're
agree
looking at
with
this strictly from a Leon perspective here, just for the record.
Yeah, all right. If I'm Leon Edwards, then
I'm the champ.
I like what you're saying. But as a fan, what I want to see is the trilogy.
I'm down for it, but I could wait one fight.
I will say what is right.
Here's another thing.
What is right is the trilogy, but holy shit!
Yeah,
I mean, like
for
you
sure.
could sell this fight against Masvidal. Like this is true warfare, right? This is war. There is something a little bit. What's the word that I'm looking for? It's a little bit. I mean, I have had arguments with the Kawa brothers about why Masvidal should have fought Leon in 2019. So like for the tweets to pop up like, oh, we'll see you in London now. I was like, man, this is a little rich. Like now you want to fight him. Now you want to fight, you didn't give him that shot. But hey, that's
what if
the
this
story.
is the path? Like, what if Masvidal
Wins?
Edwards and
If
this
he
is the
won, then
path
everything is-
for Jorge to get the welterweight
And then it's
championship?
craziness
Then
again.
it's
It would just be
craziness.
so ridiculous.
The reason I don't apply what you're saying, Ariel, is because Leon would be the one calling the shot, right? It's not like Masvidal's getting an opportunity that like is like Leon is the one saying, I want you. And that's what makes me feel okay with it. Potentially. I'm not, by the way, I'm not speaking for Leon Edwards. I don't know what he wants to do. I'm sure you'll ask him later. But if in that scenario, yeah, Jorge's on a losing streak. Yeah, he didn't fight me in 2019. But look, now I'm the champion. Now I'm calling the shots. I want you, sucker. Like you beat me up in the backstage. It's time. Like we're gonna have these debts settled.
And then Khamzat Usman, number one contender, if he wins.
Let's do it. No, I think if you're Usman, you got to get the winner. I think if you're Usman,
What,
you
you
gotta
just
get the
chill?
winner.
You just chill?
I mean, you just got brutally KO'd. There's worse things to do than take some time off, man. Like, especially it depends on the timeline, right? If Leon could turn around quick and Usman wants to take some time off, then
Well, here's the thing. Actually, speaking of the timeline, and
Jorge, where are you at?
I'll get your thought in a second here, GC. But if you actually look at the schedule, they're booked up until January. There's no chance this fight happens.
Yeah,
February earliest. March is usually when they go to England, although they could go whenever, of course. Now we start talking about Wembley. Wembley's outdoors. Unless they go to Principality Stadium in Cardiff, which is a little bit off. That's the only one that has the roof. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Are we sure that it's going to be Wembley though? Like, I just feel like
You think O2's not cool enough?
we've been in this scenario so many times, and UFC and Dana White have always kind of like moved away from stadiums,
Open air.
and gone to arenas. So I'm look, if it's Wembley and you do Kamaru Usman versus Leon Edwards, I'm in, like no doubt about it. But if I'm Leon Edwards, I might be asking for Jorge Masvidal in an arena in London.
No. By the way, Leon versus Jorge could do Wembley easy.
You think?
Absolutely. By the way, Leon versus
Yeah, I guess the bad blood.
Have you seen
guess
the
the bad
traffic
blood
that this
is-
guy is generating right now? Have you seen the engagement, Mr. Social Media? This guy's a huge star.
I'm only thinking about the Jorge losing streak aspect of it is
Who's
hard.
more popular, Jorge or Kamaru?
No doubt, Jorge. No doubt. I'm with you. Yeah. So you know what? Forget that. Let's do it in Wembley. Let's do it.
The problem is, what if they wait till it gets warmer, like April? I know Tyson has fought outside, and like I feel like April is like an eternity away. He will lose momentum, right?
Oh, for sure.
I'm not saying you make the
By
fight tomorrow.
April?
but yeah.
Yes, he will. He will have lost momentum.
Timing is going to be the biggest factor here. How long is Kamaru Usman gonna take off? If he's like, hey, I was winning that fight, let me bounce right back. I want it back. I have a hard time thinking that the UFC is not going to give him that.
Yeah, 100%.
But if I'm Leon, I know what I'm doing. Tell you that much.
Would anyone have any issues with Jorge getting a title shot off of 3 straight losses?
Zero.
Zero.
I mean, there's something to be said. Now, there's something to be said for, hey, look, you have a history with this guy, you have a beef with this guy, and
Can we stop? Like, we have to stop pretending that the title shots are meritocracy. If they were, Leon Edwards would have had one already. We have to stop this.
maybe
There is
Leon's the one who
I know,
corrects
3
this.
straight
There
losses
is no
is a lot.
meritocracy. There is no meritocracy.
Now, in Jorge's defense, 2 losses to the champ, 1 to the number 1 contender.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not saying he lost to bums.
Right.
He's just lost 3. Like, we have to call it what
3
it
fights
is.
in a
But
row.
no, they're good fights. They're good fights. Yeah, no, meritocracy has come and gone in this sport. It
The
just
other
does
problem
not
is
exist.
the 3 fights weren't
You
necessarily.
just wait a minute. You just said Nate Diaz should get Nate Diaz versus.
But that's if he beat Hamzat.
If he beats Hamzat, freaking
you would have a whole new perspective on Nate Diaz if he goes in there and beats Hamzat.
Okay, so can we play this game? Nate with a win over Hamzat. Jorge on 3 losses in a row. Kamaru just got knocked out. What's the fight?
Well, Nate's the biggest star of all of them.
And how popular would he be on September 11th?
Nate beats Hamzat, dude. The world will flip on his head. Do I buy a Hamzat shirt to really test the curse here?
Yes. I didn't want to bring it up.
Minus 1,100.
Yeah, Nate versus Leon. Obviously, like if that fell into the UFC's lap and they were presented this gift from the gods, then sure. Go for it.
You know what's the other beautiful thing about the Leon situation right now? The Leon revenge tour. Let's just say he could go on a run here. All the dudes who clowned him, right? He hasn't fought any of them. He hasn't fought Colby. He hasn't fought Jorge. He hasn't fought Gilbert Burns. He hasn't fought any of them at this point. So this Leon revenge tour as champ, as king, what I would say is I'm not fighting anywhere else outside of the UK. Come to me. You will fight on my terms, on my turf, and I will get to call the shots, and you will kiss the ring. It would just be so much. And I can assure you this, he ain't showing up in no sparkly outfits, all right? That's not Leon. That's not our champion, all right? No sunglasses indoors. Don't disappoint me, Leon. Start wearing sunglasses in 10 months, changing his outfits.
I mean, I think he was wearing sunglasses at the press conference, but we'll move on from that.
Well, he got punched in the face.
No, I mean the pre-fight.
Was he?
Leon? Yeah. Leon.
Sunglasses indoors is cool.
Leon. I feel like it's become a thing at the pressers, by the way, and probably Nate Diaz would take a little bit of credit for that. It's Leon's world. This is one of the most special championship wins in history. Leon has to be able to call a shot. That's my feeling on it. I also think there's obviously other things at play. The UFC has business to do. And if Kamaru Usman's like, I can do this quick and we're not waiting, it'd be hard to turn a trilogy down.
It's going to be hard for Kamaru to come back quickly, though.
Honestly, I don't think time is against them because December they want to do Bones. January they're going to Brazil. The earliest slot is February. I know, by the way, there's that Australia pay-per-view in there, right? There's that Australia pay-per-view that Volk was talking about. I don't think he has to worry about time. Now, again, I do think a knockout like that changes you fundamentally, changes the way you fight. It's in the back of your mind. I mean, that to me, the closest thing that I've seen to something like that off the top of my head in the moment on Saturday, I said Rashad Evans, Sean Salmon, where Sean Salmon just went and fell back off of a head kick. That was sledgehammer. That was like a 2x4 to the face. So that changes you 100%. I mean, he was stiff. He was stiff. He was looking up.
It was a walk-off.
Scary.
It was the second it happened, you knew it was done.
Yeah.
It could go two ways though. It could change him for the better in terms of responsibility, fighter safety, his leaving holes open, being less aggressive potentially. I think there was a conversation I don't remember at the start of the 5th round if it was regarding he's not going to take his foot off the pedal. He's not going to coast. Maybe next time he does. Maybe that turns him into that type of fighter. So beyond just the physical implications, I think there's also a fight style implication that could play out here where Kamaru Usman is fundamentally a little bit different than he was during this run.
I can't wait to see how big, can Leon get to the point where he is now one of the faces of the UFC? Because in this moment right now, and we know it wears off, in this moment right now, he feels like one of the most talked about guys. Now, what happens next week? I love the fact, by the way, that there is no UFC this weekend. So at least it's 1 week, right? September 3rd, next show is in 2 weeks. It's in Paris. It's a big deal. It's Tai Tuivasa and Whitaker and all this stuff. But at least we get 1 weekend to let this marinate, to let this digest, right? Because it feels like it's always event after event after event. I don't even how far away does Cheeto feel right now, right? The Cheeto win over Dominic. It feels like it was an eternity ago. So I'm so happy that Leon gets this moment right here. We get to sit on it. We get to let it marinate. There's only one, relatively big show this weekend. That's the one show on Amazon. God bless. It won't touch what happened this weekend. I love that. I'm just curious, come March, come, I don't know, April, come February, whenever this fight is, how big of a deal is this guy going to be? How big of a deal is this? People were buzzing on Saturday. Nothing was going on in the sports world, right? There was really nothing going on in American sports. So you hope that the pay-per-view number was great. I won't be surprised if it wasn't great because I don't think it was promoted incredibly. My friends, BT Sport, he's lucky he has them on his side because they did a tremendous job of promoting him as always. But I'm just curious of how big he can get now, because how do you not get emotionally if you weren't emotionally invested in this guy before and his story and what he has overcome and the stuff with his dad and his mom and Jamaica and UK and Birmingham not being, the crown jewel of the this is special. I can't wait to see how the story unfolds. And I do agree with you. There's something to be said for like, okay, if they go back and he loses, it was all kind of for naught. Even though this moment will stand the test of time.
This moment will last forever. Bisping, right?
Yeah.
His title defenses weren't exactly like, it didn't make him into like this long reigning amazing champion. He ends up losing the belt to GSP, but that moment, that Rockhold knockout, forever, like that is etched, that is slated. He had that title, and that was it. This Leon Edwards moment is the exact same. This one will stand the test of time forever. I mean, even Holly Holm, right? Like,
right. Yeah,
it was a one.
Yeah, it was a one. That's a good point. It was a one.
It's the moment.
All right, great stuff, guys. We have to talk about the parlay. I think only one of us got a pick right on Saturday.
Who was it?
I think it was Frank again. But we'll talk about that in an hour or so. For now, though, let's go to our first guest of the day. And of course, still to come, we're just getting started here, my friends. Leon Edwards, the champion, is going to join us at 3:30 Eastern. His manager, who's by his side, who's been by his side through the highs and lows, who's now turned into one of the very best in the sport, Tim Simpson of Paradigm Sports. He is going to join us. They now represent, by the way, the 170-pound champion, Leon Edwards, the 185-pound champion, Israel Adesanya, and, of course, the 205-pound champion in Yuri Prochaska. I mean, that's 3/8, almost 50% of the male champions in the UFC. So he will join us at 4, and at 2:30, we're going to be joined by Paulo Costa to talk about his big win. I mean, a real quartet here of big wigs, of big dogs. But first, let us go to our first guest of the day. This man had a massive opportunity, a massive fight against one of the greatest of all time, certainly one of the greatest featherweight champions of all time and one of the legends of this game, a man who will be in the Hall of Fame whenever his days are done. And he prevailed, and it was a massive win for him. And now he moves on in the UFC Bantamweight Grand Prix. He is the pride of Georgia. He is the one and only Merab Dvalishvili, kind enough to kick us off. Merab, my friend, how are you?
Very good, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great. Where are you? Still in Utah? That doesn't look like New York to me.
No, Las Vegas. I came yesterday here.
Okay, you came for Aljo?
No, we was Utah, right? And then
Yeah.
I came to Las Vegas.
Oh, do you live in Las Vegas now?
Aljo. Yeah, I live. Yeah, most of the time I'm here. Yeah, I like here.
Okay, all right. I didn't know that. Well, congratulations on the win, Merab. It's 2 days. I saw your press conference. You were happy. You were a little disappointed. Now that you've had a couple days to take in the fight, your performance against Aldo, how do you feel about what you did on Saturday?
I feel great. Yeah, it's a little bit sad. Like the after my fight, Jose Aldo, like he retired and I stopped him from title fight. But otherwise, I feel great, man. I love what I do. I'm just happy and just pretty simple, like good, like nothing. I'm just, I'm happy that I make proud my team and my country and people are so happy. And
All right. But you say Aldo retired? Where did you see that he retired?
he told me actually when he was down, and then I go to like shake his hand and tell him thank you so much for fight, and I go to respect him when he was down, and I try to help him, and then he was telling me that he said that means that this is my last fight, because that was he said it was my last run to title, and then he said, I guess I'm done. He said,
Wow.
after this, yeah, that was very, very emotional moments. That's why, like, I was talking to him when he was on the knee, like, because I said You're amazing. Like you did so much already in this sport, and you don't have nothing to prove. And you are legend, you are king, and yeah, that was a little bit heartbroken. Like it's hard, like when you see this like somebody like this, and
Wow.
as a fighter, I know how hard it's. Like I never want to end my career. I always want to fight. Like I don't see when I will should retire. I want to keep fighting long as I can. So, but when he lost, realized he lost, and he said, yeah, he said that was my last round to title, and then he said, I guess I'm done, and that was a little bit hard.
Wow. I don't think anyone knows that, because I was wondering what you guys were saying to each other, because it was a long time that you were on your knees and you were it was a beautiful moment. It was really amazing to see the love and respect.
Yeah.
And so he says that to you. That's a lot to handle in that moment, right? Were you shocked?
Yeah, I was shocked, and he was going on and on. He was talking to me like emotions and like everything, and I don't know. He was, I know like he was to talk to me English. Like I don't know if he speaks this much.
Wow. I didn't know
And,
either.
yeah, crazy. Like he pretty much tell me a lot of things, and yeah, I was listening, and I was just like trying to like give positive vibes and tell him to like just
Yeah.
and then just yeah.
Were you surprised he didn't say it in the cage or take off his gloves or anything like that?
No, he don't have to. I don't know. Like no, I wasn't surprised, but no, he he was he was going through emotion. Like he
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
just going. Everything is in his head. Like he don't have to do it for media and whatever. He was just
Got it.
emotionally like talking and thinking and just talk to me, and then yeah, like he realized that and that was yeah, that if he won the fight, and yeah, of course he was supposed to fight title, and then he realized no more, and that's it.
Okay. Were you surprised at all about anything he did? And maybe the question should be about what he didn't do. He wasn't as active as he had been in his last few fights, and it especially felt after the first round like he just didn't have a lot left in him. Did that surprise you when you were fighting him? Like, were you expecting more aggression, more offense in the fight, especially in the second and third rounds?
Yeah, he doesn't look be active and dangerous. But also I'm the reason, like the people fighting with me, they think they are good. They are good, but like when they fighting me, I have a style that I shut him down, like I have a good style, it's hard to fight. I have a face. If you come close me, I'm gonna punch you hard. If not, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna take you down. Or I have level change, I have my face. When you stay in front of me, it's different fight. And that's why like his last fight, he looks great against Rough Front. Before he beat Chito Vera, he beat Pedro Munoz. He looked great. Even he beat Marlon Moraes like a distance. That's where they give him title shot. He was doing very good with Peter, but like why he was supposed to beat me easy like a lot of people was thinking. But I am the reason. I have a good style, and I have whatever you want to call weird style, whatever. Like yeah, I shut it down people. It's not easy to fight with me. Like and like when it's different when you watch on TV or when you there and you think, oh, I'm not doing nothing. But I trust me, I'm dangerous. I can punch or I can take you down. But yeah, I wasn't actually. I was surprised one thing that he was so strong. Like he's wrestling defend, like take down defend, and yeah, it was so hard to take him down. He has so strong legs, and
Okay, so I want to
that
ask you
was
about the takedown defense in a second, because I actually feel like over the years he hasn't gotten enough credit for his takedown defense. The first time I saw it on display was when he fought Mike Brown in 2009 in WC, and I was so impressed with his sprawl, with his takedown, with his hips, with his legs. But you said something there that I thought was really interesting, and I'm happy that you said it. And I actually want to apologize to you, because I feel like my question maybe offended you? Do you feel like you're not getting enough credit for what he didn't do? That people are talking about, oh, he didn't do X, Y, and Z, but really he didn't do X, Y, and Z because of you. You neutralized him. Your presence made him not do X, Y, and Z. And do you feel like that is being said and that is kind of bothering you on this Monday?
No, it's not bothering me. I'm a professional fighter, and of course, people can say whatever they want, and people always they sometimes like you, or sometimes doesn't matter how you fight. People don't like Khabib's fight. People don't like Kamaru Usman's fight, but they are greatest fighters. Maybe this is my style. You cannot change me. But as long as I'm winning, who cares? I'm winning, and I do. I have knockouts. I have submission, but listen, I'm winning decision. I'm fine. I can do it. I can do it all. I can whatever. But yeah, I have a good style, and I don't care people if they give me credit or no. But I know what I can do, and just it's good. It's good. They should think then I'm easy opponent for like. It's good for fighters. I don't care people, but for example, Cody Stamen, he was thinking I was easiest opponent. Our fights canceled a couple times. He got COVID first time, and I got COVID second time, and then the fight was canceled. And he saw my training or my fight, and he said, "Oh, give me the Merab. This guy easiest fighter. I'm gonna beat him. I'm a better man." And then when we fight, I beat him, right? And then I saw interview out there. He was talking, "Oh, he's better than me. He don't do much." That's not. He did everything, but I was reason. I have a style that I can fight.
Of course.
I can win.
Can I ask you about his takedown defense? Like, could you explain to us, now that you've been in there with him, what makes him so hard to take down? What is it about what he is doing makes it so difficult?
Yeah, he's like a footwork. Even I shoot couple times. How he like his pro or like his hips so strong. And it was so hard to like a timing take him down. And against the wall, he has a good technique, like how he used the against the wall. Pretty much I take down everybody, or at least I take it back. But it was so hard. Like he has a good technique, a lot of experience, and he's born like this special, And yeah, he's also he throw knee couple times very quick. Actually, one knee got me here, and that time I don't feel it much, but now I have a big bump here,
Wow.
like from his knee. Like he timed it good. Even I wasn't down, but he knee me here when I was standing. Like he's so boom like this, and very dangerous to shoot him, like at the timing. Yeah, if I was little down, he probably knocked me out from this knee,
Wow,
but
yeah.
people don't see this, but yeah, I have a big bump here,
Wow.
my chest, it hurts, my bone hurts here now. And then, he has a really strong hips and good takedown defense.
How was the altitude for you? This was a big talking point on the broadcast. They kept talking altitude. Was it tough for you? Did you feel it?
No, not at all. Not at all. Like I don't have this problem. I can go everywhere. Actually, like fight week, I used to cut weight like old style. Like I stay hungry, stay no drink, like 5 days and no eat, nothing, and that's how I used to make weight. And the last 2 days, I never sleep. But now I try much better. I was follow UFC nutritionist people, and only I did my style only last 2 days. Last 2 days, no drink, no eat, because they told me, they keep saying me, oh, you should drink, you should eat. They give me food, good healthy food, but if I drink and if I eat, I never make weight because I don't do water load much, and then I don't cut like a big workout like when they go sauna or hot tub. I have to work out, and so I was able to sleep. But the only last night, like Thursday night, maybe 1 hour, which is a lot for me. Like I never sleep. That's usually what's hard for me. Like I never sleep, and I need one big sleep. But I was able to sleep whole week. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't thirsty. My weight cut was much better. So, and I was feeling perfect, relaxed, and perfect.
By the way, I loved what you wore to the fight. Could you tell us like a little bit about, because usually we see you wearing the head guard, but you wore the full outfit, and I love the fact that they let you do this. Sometimes they say, you sponsor uniform. No, they let you. Can you explain why this is so special for you?
Yes, I will. So the suit, they call chocha. It's a Georgian traditional chocha, the suit, our grandfather, like what's it called? And then this was very like, now we have a suit like, no, sorry. Now we have a suit that the Georgian, the Caucasian people, we used to wear this is like when we wedding or we go war or all the time. It was like a special suit all the time. And it's our tradition. That's how we was used to like our clothes. Like where I come from, it's Georgia, and this papaha, it's the mountain people use it when it's cold outside. It's made from sheep and goat. Whatever I wear for last fight, it's from goat, like real. You can smell it actually if you walk close to me. Smell the goat,
Golly.
Yeah. So. So and then, I asked them permission to please. Thank God they told me I can wear this, and then I feel much strong when I wear this. I feel like like all blood, like
you're going to war.
I feel strong, Georgia. Yeah. So then it means a lot for me, and then also I represent my country, Georgia, and then we have a big history, big tradition. We have our own alphabets. We have our own language. Georgia is first, I think, the oldest country who made wines, and very old country, a very big history. We are a small, beautiful country. We love tourists. We love guests. Like democratic, no criminal. The smart, humble people. All religions. We are Christian country, but all religions. All these years, like we live together, good, no problem to each other. We like democratic, like US, and I love this. I'm proud of this because girls are freedom, men are freedom. You can say whatever you want, and do
That's
whatever
great.
you want. And I'm proud of this. Yes.
Was it a big discussion?
And also,
yes? Go ahead.
Sorry. I wanna about my tradition. Yeah, this is Georgian traditional suit, like chocha, and then I'm proud of wear this. And our dancers or our traditional, we have so many dancers, and like that. That's how we dance with this suit. And
I love it.
Yes, and sorry, but I want to ask you one question for you. So
Please.
Why, if anybody can answer this, why we cannot bring our plug to the octagon?
Oh,
Like why we cannot? I start sport for I want to represent my country to international, and now I made it. I'm fighting international, but I cannot bring my plug. Like this is good competition too. I want to show people like where I'm a from small country, but I want to show that. I want to make the Georgian people proud. Yeah.
Did you ask? Did you ask them?
Represent my country.
Did you ask them if you could, and they said no?
Yeah, no, I cannot.
Did they give you a reason? Did you say why?
Oh no, they said no. Nobody answered this, and I want to know. Maybe that's why I ask you, because maybe because this is very big deal for me, and like come on, we are fighters. We are from all over the place, and then we want to represent our country. Now I feel like because of I came here without nothing, and I grew up in US. My coaches, my team helped me to came who I am, and now I represent in both country, both flag, and I'm proud of this. I love US, I love Georgia. Of course, I born Georgia. I'm Georgian, but I represent two flag. But at least I can represent my country flag. Like one flag.
I hate that. I hate that. It seemed like it happened ever since the war started, but I don't know what they don't let anyone do it anymore. It doesn't make any sense.
See, this is crazy because like I think people they do right. They not allowed to Russians bring the flag, and then they can everybody else we bring the flag. We bring the flag. So they should block Russians because the Russia is one who started a war, who killing people and who go with somebody's territory, somebody's country, and then killing people, and they are the reason they started a war. We all know world, everybody, we're trying to give them sanctions. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't listen. They still fighting. They still killing people. Man, 21st century, come on, please stop the war. Like, why are we killing each other? Like, like I cannot wear my flag, but you can kill, you can kill me. You can kill like people. I just don't understand this, but maybe.
Yeah, I wish they would let you. I mean, they don't let you wear your sponsors, and then the only thing that you could bring into the cage was the flag, and now they take away the flag. And these are the things, like I'm asking you about your outfit, the stuff that makes you different, the stuff that makes you stick out, the stuff that makes me want to follow you. If I'm a fan in Georgia watching you holding the flag, now I love Merab, right? And they're trying to strip that away. It doesn't make any sense. I would love for someone to explain from the UFC why they don't let you guys bring out the flag, because it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, same. I wish somebody can at least explain to us why I cannot bring my own country's flag, And okay, one more thing.
Sure.
Even my people came from other states and and everybody bring the flag, then they take flag from away. Even people cannot bring flag in arena. What's this?
What is this?
Like. I don't understand. Like they, and then some people throw away flag, or some people give them, and when they leave the arena, they have to wait 2 hours to get flag back.
Oh my God! This happened to people that who came to the event with a Georgian flag.
Yes.
I don't understand what's going on here.
People, everybody came. They bring flag, and but the even veins. The wains they take, like ceremonial wains.
Yeah.
They take flag off.
You want to know what I think? You want to know what I think?
Think?
I think that they don't want the Russian flag, which, by the way, I disagree with. Some guy fighting from Russia. He has nothing to do with this war. It's not his fault that Putin's a crazy person. Let him come out with his flag and do his thing. But because they're not going to let the Russian flag, it's controversial. Fine, I get it. No one's allowed. They're taking everyone's flags away because they don't want to single out and make it controversial. Not fair. It's not fair. I come out with a Canadian flag. What does Canada have to do with it? What does USA have to do with it? Doesn't make any sense.
Right. I agree 100%. Yeah, I said, like my personal opinion, I don't like Peter, whatever he was talking about, my brother Aljamain Sterling, but he did the right choice, That time he was allowed to bring the flag, but he don't bring the flag. He make his own choice that he don't bring Russian flag. I respect that because he realized. I think the guy he was against the war, and then I respect that. Peterian was against the war, and I respect that. And every Russian should be against the war, or every Georgian or every people. We are against the war. We are big, like I tell you, we are big traditional people, and we have the drinking in our country is big tradition, and we have a toast like so many, maybe like 100 toasts, and then the first toast we say, we have a toast guy actually. When we have a table, we have a toast guy, and like this guy is most smart and most respectful guy, and he first toast is for peace, no war, peace, because we used to be war all the time, and this is worse. And the second toast is for God, and then the third is my birthday, especially I win or something special, and then if I'm special, let's say I'm winning, they will say my next one will be my parents, my brothers and sisters, and so we ask, and then but to stop this,
No.
you start yeah.
Let me ask you this, Merab. Now you beat Aldo. Who do you want? What makes sense for you? Because we had Cheeto last week, great knockout. A lot of people excited. Now you win. In September, we have Song and Sanhagen, then Jan and O'Malley, and then, of course, your brother Aljo. Now it's a tournament. Who makes sense for you with this win?
Ariel, I'm young, strong, hungry. I wanna everybody, I'm not rushing, my time will come, and I know I will come champion after. Why rush, I wanna fight whoever. I don't care.
You don't have a preference? No preference?
Like, yeah, Chito once, okay, get some, I take him down and smash his face.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Can I tell you one that I would really love to see that I think is very interesting? Merab Dvalishvili, Henry Cejudo. Let's go.
Oh,
let's go, Merab. Let's go.
I love this. Oh, that
you like this one? You like this? Come on. Henry wants to come back.
I love it.
Hey, yes. Henry, you want to come back? You got to go through Georgia first. Yeah,
man, that's how it works, because you come out, you work 3 years vacation.
Yeah.
You enjoy all this extra energy, drinking, eating. And then now you want to straight fight that?
No, that's the one. That's the one you should go after, Merab. This is the one you should go after. That's if I were advising you, if I were Lloyd Pearson managing you, I would say, Merab, call out Henry. That's the one. Go after that guy. He wants to come back. Let's go. You said you're not going to fight Aljo, right?
Actually, I just realized.
Oh, what? What's the problem?
But I just realized. Aljo is telling Henry Cejudo they already have a face-off a couple of times, and they.
It's okay.
We'll see.
No.
I would love fight. Yeah. Okay, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I know Aljo. Aljo will be happy.
What did you think? Did you see? Did you see Dana's comments afterwards about your fight? It seemed like he wasn't too thrilled with it. Did you see those comments? And what do you think of what he said?
Yeah, I see this, but hey, man, what they want me to do? I go, I fight, I win, and yeah, like I did what I was supposed to do. I win, and hey, I love UFC, and I love fighting here, and yeah, I don't know, maybe if they should, I hardly speak English, as you can tell, and I don't know if what should I don't know, it's I always say what I feel and what I want to say, and I'm very honest always, and if they want me say something special, they should give me a list, or they told me don't say this, don't say this, say this, and I will follow them. Whatever they told me, don't bring your sponsor logo or everything. I do everything they told me. So, and they told me fight, and I fight. That's only the things they not control. How I fight and how I talk.
Sure.
And I fight how I fight, and I talk how I talk. And yeah, man. Listen. Like I said, I'm young, I'm hungry. As long as I'm winning, every victory for me is like I feel like champion. Like, because every victory is so big. I don't care. It's what like there is so many fights.
Sure.
Me, and I wanna enjoy it.
By the way, one last thing. Did you have a moment in the fight when you're staring at Aldo and you're like, wow, I'm this young guy from Georgia. A few months ago, I was frustrated. I couldn't get a fight. Now here I am staring at one of the greatest fighters of all time. Like when I was watching it, I was like, I wonder if he's thinking this at one point. I know there's a lot going on, but it's like, this is Jose Aldo that I'm fighting. This is a crazy thing. Did you think did you think that at any point in the fight?
In the fight, yeah, I stay in front of him, yes. But yeah, like I said, the beginning when like when they give me Jose Aldo, that's where I was shocked. Like, oh, I'm fighting Jose Aldo, but
Yeah.
this, and then I just my another fight, and it doesn't matter who. And then, yeah, man, I training hard, Ariel, every day. You know, I'm trying to get better. I'm only getting better. You know, and I'm professional. You know, doesn't matter who's in front of me. You know, he's up and coming, no name or big name. Hey, I'm doing my job best, you know. And I respect that everybody steps in, and especially this level UFC, because and um, I look as every fight like championship. You know, like this is of course you fighting. Everybody can knock you out, or look what happened against Usman. So and. Yeah, he's legend, Jose Aldo. Yeah, I think a little bit, but it's not affect me, and I don't take it too much.
Okay. Well, it was good to see Matt Serra back in your corner. It was good to see him back out there. Congratulations to you and the team on the win. Good luck in helping Aljo prepare for his big title fight October 22nd. Very happy for you, Merab. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arya.
All right.
I appreciate it. And God bless. Bye.
God bless. There he is, Merab Dvalishvili with the big win over Jose Aldo on Saturday in Utah. Biggest win of his career by far, and very much a player at 135 pounds. And he has said repeatedly he is not going to fight his friend Aljamain Sterling. So we'll see what happens. Maybe a Henry Cejudo, maybe a Cheeto, maybe a Song Sanhagen winner. Now, that was the third to last fight. The second, we're working our way up here. Second last fight was an incredible one. It was fascinating to watch, and I have so much respect for both men. The heart, the will, the determination that they showed was incredible. No love lost between them, but in the end, they dug down deep, and Paulo Costa had just a little more. Was it the muscles? Was it the juice? Was it this? We don't know, but he gets the win. An incredible performance, an incredible win, an awe-inspiring win. And when you consider the fact that it was the last fight on his UFC contract, even more impressive. It has been a very long time since I spoke to Paulo Costa. Remember, he was in studio the week after GSP's big win, 2017, Madison Square Garden. He came in studio with Captain Eric Albarracin. Here he is, many moons later. The great Bohashinya, there he is. Paulo Costa and the aforementioned Captain Eric. Hello, Paulo.
Hello, Ariel. Helwani. I'm so happy to be here one more time. It's not on live, on the studio, as I was in 2017.
Yes.
But it's great to me to be here one more time with Coach Captain Eric.
Wow.
And Secret Choice is here as well, my friend.
I love it.
I could not miss this one. This helped me a lot and take on this great shape, you know. I'm so happy, my friend. I was happy. You saw, right?
Yes.
Everybody saw. I was so happy for the whole week. The thing's going very well to me. God's blessing me a lot. So I just have grateful, you know, Ariel.
Oh, wow. Your English has come so far. You know, the last time we were supposed to speak, I think it was in March of 2020. It was right before the pandemic, and you called me or you texted me out of the blue. You said you couldn't make it. So I was afraid. I wasn't sure. You remember that? Do you remember that exchange? That was the last time. So I wasn't sure if you didn't like me or something, if we were fighting, if we were not friends, you know?
Él no sabía si usted estaba bravo con él.
I am always your friend, my friend. You are a great guy, nice guy.
Thank you.
I could tease you if I was there on the studio with you, because
thank you.
You are my great friend from my big heart, my from the bottom of my heart. Because you give me the opportunity to show on your studio, on your show in New York. So I'm so grateful.
Thank you. What do you think of Captain Eric's glasses here? What's going on over there? What is this? What's happening here?
My friend, this is the third glass that he changed, because we are out and do some stuff, train here. My brother was training on that bed.
Okay.
And unfortunately, my brother broke his glass, but yeah, so he changed a little bit.
These are my backup.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But man, this guy is my stylist, trainer, translator, and como é que fala? Mentality, tipo,
Mindset coach.
Mindset coach.
Yes, of course. Legend.
Legend.
Legend. Well, let me ask you this. Considering the fact, Paulo, that we hadn't seen you for a bit, that you hadn't won since August of 2019 when you fought Romero, and last fight on your contract, did you feel more pressure, more nerves? How are you feeling going into the fight?
Yes. Came from 2 losses. Is not good. You feel you need to win the next one. I felt that. But I was not looking for my records as two very bad decisions or fights, because when I fought Marvin Vettori, I really think I could win that fight. I was heavy, overweight. I know it doesn't like that when I came so heavy, you say something bad, right?
Me? I didn't say that. What are you talking about? Wow.
Uh-oh.
Come on.
Get it?
Let's go. Bring it on. Bring it. Let's go. Let's have it out.
Yeah. But it's okay, but anyway, I could beat him. I think Herzog did a great mistake. He took 1 point from me on the very first eye poke. So I saw this before. I think nobody's have seen this before. On the very first, accidentally eye poke, one guy, took 1 point from you. And I saw Herzog here on the hotel before my fight on the Friday, on the Thursday night, yeah. And he was very humble. He called me. He said, "Paulo, are you angry with me?" I say, "Yes, Herzog. You did a great mistake. You did a great mistake. You know that."
Yeah.
He say, "Oh, I understand you." I say, I know you're very sad with me, but he tried to explain. He say, I warn you to not fight like this, but I think he understand me, and he kind of admit he could not take 1 point on the very first eye poke, I asked him why he did that, and he say, I try to make a balance of the fight. Like, yeah, and this not sounds very good to me, because I say, it's not about you to balance the fight. You just to keep the fight going on fairly, and
there was 2. Romero e agora o Rockhold com essa penalidade.
Rockhold did I poke on me, and the referee say the right thing. He's just alert him.
Yeah.
Gave him a warning.
Yeah.
Gave a warning, and the fight is still going on. So Herzog did a great mistake, and I think he said, "Paulo, I was thinking about everything that you said, everything that your frustration about that, and I understand you." He said. So I think he admits for himself.
Okay. And by the way, is this I saw in the press conference you said, I don't know, last fight, not last fight. Is this really your last fight, or is it not your last fight on your contract?
Yeah, Tamaya say to me, I have one more.
Oh, you have one more.
I have one more. I didn't know. I just fight. This is the last one, but I have one more.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about that? Were you looking forward to being a free agent?
Yes, I'm looking forward. For sure, I will not lie for you. I'd like to this was the last one of this contract, because I really believe, and it's not just to me, it's for everybody. I'm on the high level, fight for the best of this division, and my contract is so it's not atrasado, não tá update. It's not
it's old. Yeah.
too old. He's too old, And when I fought Marvin Vettori, I got $35,000.
Come on. That's crazy.
$35,000.
What'd you get for this one?
Yeah. For this one is a couple more.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a couple more. I got the win bonus, and because when I fought Marvin Vettori, I need to be fair, of course. I got 20% deduction.
Right. Yeah.
But that on this time is not. I think is not updated yet.
So if they come to you now and say, "Oh, we want to give you a new contract," are you open to it, or do you just want to fight it out and see what's out there outside of the UFC to see how much you are worth?
No, yeah. I need to talk. I need to sit with Dan and see. I'm not rushing up to sign, but we need to see. We need to figure out. I'm not happy with the current contract, of course. So I don't know what I need to say now.
Okay.
But
can I ask you about, speaking of all of this, why did you part ways with Walid?
Yes, I have still a good, I have Walid on as a good person. He was my friend, I thought. I don't know if he think the same, but we take different ways, different kind of things about my career, and I think was the best for me and for him. We separate. Just because he has one way to think and I have a different one. I have a different. That's because this. But I try keep with him, but he cannot. He didn't change a little bit. He just keep the things going on his way. So I say, okay, to me is over. I think we need to separate and keep doing our stuff separate.
Mm-hmm. Friday morning, you're cutting weight. You were very upset at the weigh-ins because of USADA. You posted something about it. You said something about it. Could you tell me, can you take us inside what's happening? It's 7 a.m. These are the last couple hours, right? You're in crunch time, and they knock on your door and say, give us blood. What do you say? How do you react when this happens? Tell us the story.
I didn't believe when I say then, knocking the door and Tamara opened the door and she said, Tamara, Usado is here, 2 guys, and they want to take your blood out. I was on the floor on this room here on the floor, behind all the stuffs. How you say this?
The towel, the sheets,
under the towels,
on the towels, a lot, dehydrated, and the guys was there to took my blood out. I say, this not can be real. This not can be real. Fuck, what this guy is doing here? I'm cut away, dehydrated. I can, barely stands up on my own feet, and this guy want to took my blood. My vein is so dry, and man, it's unbelievable. This is so disrespectful, And I asked them, they want my blood or they want the pee? Because maybe pee I can, try, put a little bit out, but now they want your blood. I said, fuck these guys. This cannot be. Yeah. So I was so angry. I say, I will spoke this on the weigh-ins. I will make weigh-ins because I knew that since the beginning of the week on, Monday, when I arrived on Salt Lake City, I knew, and everybody knew, my weight was so low, and we know I should make weight very easy, but even make weight easy, you need to hit. I need to dehydrate. I need to cut the wire one day before. Yeah, no, never is easy to cut the weight, But when I saw these guys, I make real angry and say, I will say that on the weigh-ins when I make the weight, and I did.
Mm. And what did Dana White say to you afterwards? Can you tell us about what he said? He seemed to apologize to you.
Yes, he said, man, sorry for that. I didn't know, but I will make sure this will not happen with nobody again. He said, just that, and
Okay.
I appreciate that. Appreciate it.
And
The eraser rule.
Yeah. Yes, this guy sometimes lost the limit,
Yeah.
and you need to understand this sport. This sport is not easy. You have a very, very dramatic cutaway before, the guys need to understand that. I don't know who sent the agents, but the agents are not guilty, I'm not so angry with the agent. I am angry for who sent they.
Right.
Probably DC. DC probably sent him for Rockhold.
Come on. You think that? Come on.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. DC instigated.
Hey, DC. Right.
Let me ask you, why not just fight at 205? Wouldn't your life be so much better if you fought at 205? Wouldn't you be happier? Less stress?
Man, because I can make 185 on the amazing performance.
Okay.
And on shape, like a monster. And because I feel different when I make 185. I mean, I feel myself different than anybody else on this division, and because it's possible. I just do this because it's possible. I know, of course, I could make 205 with no stress, no curry weight, eating a lot, but I can do 185 on great shape, jacket, very strong, like a monster. So why not?
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So in the fight itself, were you shocked that he lasted the whole way? Like when you saw him so tired, what are you thinking? This guy, what do I have to do to actually finish this guy?
Great question. A lot of people talk about that. I need to point some things here.
Okay. Tell me.
Please. First of all, Salt Lake City has a little bit altitude.
Yeah.
I really believe everybody felt that. I really believe. Some people more, some people less. But I really believe this altitude here affects everybody. Even a little bit. I felt a little bit different, when the fight starts. Second one, he was on great shape. You agree? I don't know if you agree.
No, very good. I mean, he's a good-looking guy in great shape.
Great shape. He came, for Luke Rockhold came fight me looking for the belt. This can be delusional or not for a lot of people, but he really believed if he beat me, he could make a run for the belt.
Mm-hmm.
I even called him if he could beat me. I decided to say something. I'd like to put a former champion on my score. He says something. You want to put something?
Yeah, Adesanya was saying that Luke Rockhold could be the next contestant if he beat Paulo Costa.
Right.
Yeah.
Fresh opponent.
So maybe these make Luke Rockhold believe on that and get exciting for this fight, motivate. So he was very long time out of the cage, but he had time enough to put his condition on ready to this fight, and he came ready. I believe, he didn't came out of train. He was training hard. He bring the great coach and Rolf Pahilo and another one that I don't know who
Tariq
is.
Azim.
But yeah, that guy. So he make a great team. You know, he was training with a lot of good people on Sanford MMA, AKA. But when he came to fight me, he was a little bit stressed, anxious. I don't know if he was Ariel looking for that, but I was on the ceremonial weigh-ins, and he was so stressed doing warm-up, doing shadow boxing, kicks. He don't stop for 50 minutes straight, you know, just do a lot of stuff. And this is not normal for a guy who is so confident. So I think this time out was a little bit be a trap for him because he feel the anxious a lot, but he was on great shape. Okay, it's two different things.
Yeah.
And when they start, when the fight starts, I think how he was a very anxious. When I put him down, he make a lot strange to hold me. And I felt that. And I thought, man, this guy will not keep this hold so hard as he doing for a long time. And when the fight came up on the very first round, again, I felt a little bit tired on my arms and, you know, in the legs. And I was above him. So can you imagine him? Hold me, behind me, you know, look for take some shots on the face and all the stuff, make a lot power to hold me. So he gets out on the very first round because all these things that I say to you, altitude, anxious, and I put him down in the very beginning of the fight. So that's why he gets out on the very first round. But on the second one, he came, of course, tired. I was a little bit less than him, but I was. And but I think he was making he was acting. Ele estava atuando.
Acting?
Yeah.
Acting a little bit.
Why?
He was, I'm so tired. You can
Playing possum.
Yes, rope-a-dope.
Yeah. I think that because even tired, even look, you know, put the hands on the knees. When I came a little bit close, he threw the punch and kicked so fast, so powerful.
Did he hurt you?
I got so tired.
Did he hurt you at any point? Did he like really stun you?
Yeah, he got me twice, I think.
Yeah.
One hook and one straight. Yeah, with left hand. So, you know, a guy so tired cannot put a lot of power, and so I think he was trying to get me on that.
He tricked you.
Yeah,
I would
tricked
say,
me. Yeah.
From the coaching point of view, is I think when that first shot he took in the first 30 seconds, he hit him with a sprawl and some uppercuts to his nose, and I don't think he could breathe out his nose. I believe that's what made him tired because he had to breathe through his mouth. This is one of the only guys that does that. He did it also against Johnny Hendricks. First shot, whizzer, and then uppercuts to the face. When we were in the fighter meetings, I told DC, John Anik, Megan O'Leary, we said, if he shoots in that first minute, he shoots, Paulo destroys. The eraser will erase. And that's what he did. And I think it affected him for the rest of the fight.
Okay, that is a great point. And could I ask, you know, you sent out a tweet about this. Do you actually think that you stopped them? Because you said there needs to be replay. This wasn't a low blow. This was a punch to the stomach. You believe that wasn't a low blow, and that should have been a stoppage for you.
I really believe on that. I really believe 100% on that. When I hit him on the stomach, you know, because that hand was on his stomach, he almost fall down. I just pushed him a little bit and he fell down. And I keep push his face. You know, he was over. There, the fight was over right there. But the referee thought he points something on, you know, on his, how do you say?
His stomach.
Yeah.
No.
He thought.
Said it was a low blow.
Yeah, he thought it was a low blow. What about when he rubbed his face on you, the blood? What are you thinking in that moment?
When I saw
when he rubbed his face with all the blood on your face, what are you thinking?
Oh man! When I was fighting there, I just felt something on my face. I figured he was trying, you know, put some blood on my face just to bury my vision or something like that. I don't know what he thought. Him can say what he thought about on that moment. But I was just preocupado, worry about his arms to keep him close, not giving him space to, you know, to hit me with elbow or punch. I just was try hold him to finish that fight with no big issues, you know, because I know just left 25 seconds, and he knew as well, so that's why maybe he tried, you know. I don't know, maybe I will dirt you with my blood. I don't know, man. It's not makes a lot of sense.
I think he was going out with a bang, personally. You know, I think he knew right at the last 10 seconds of his entire career. Yeah. I mean, that'll be a meme. How many memes have been made over that?
Yeah, no, it's a crazy. We've never seen something like that. I'm wondering, is there in your mind any bad blood anymore? I saw him still post yesterday. He wrote, "You're still a bitch," something like that to you. So, what about on your end? Is there respect? Is there bad blood? How do you feel about Luke Rockhold?
I have nothing. I have not. I don't have too many things to say about him. He's a different guy, you know. He's a little bit crazy, a little bit delusional, but I really understand him. You know, I think for still on this fight business, this is so wild. We need to be a little bit crazy. So I understand I understand him. You know, I just disagree with his attitude. He acts like a foolish guy, but it's up to him. You know, he's a very grown man. Almost, I say he's old, but he's not too old. You know, he's 37. Look how old you are, not too old. I think he could still fight. You know, he was in great shape, but I'm a beast. Rockhold, you know, I'm a beast. Don't push yourself so hard. It's not easy to you know, to fight me on my best days, on my prime time, when I can motivate, happy, when I have no issues to make weight, no issues before the fight. I'm almost on the unbeaten. So don't push you so hard.
Too hard on yourself.
Don't be too hard with yourself.
And just curious, you know, you're kind of a strong guy, strong conviction, strong mind, lone wolf. He said a lot about the business of MMA last week. Do you agree with a lot of the things that he said? You may not agree with how he was towards you, but just in terms of like the business, how fighters are treated, do you actually agree with some of the things that he said?
I agree with some good part of what he say, but not for full of he say. You know, not all of it. Not all of it. You know, when he say the fight bonus is a little bit old, the amount of fight bonus, because, you know, for a long time is this, and the inflation is come so fast. So he has some reason on that. But every time that I need the UFC for care about my injuries, I did twice surgeries on my arm. UFC covered that. So I not have, you know, I need to be very clear with that.
Okay. I know at the press conference you were asked about Jake Paul's comments about you, and at the time you didn't see them. Have you seen them since? And if so, what is your response?
Yeah, look, Big Paul has been doing great things. He was just a YouTuber or something like that. I think he did some TV shows, but he came from the fight business, and he did great. I need to recognize this. He put people inside the fight business. You are there with him and that guy, the wrestler, Tyron Woodley.
Yeah.
And but has a big difference to fight wrestlers from MMA and fight strikers from MMA. And on my point of vision, he's as avoid these guys. And he's too new on this to challenge a big, fight for him. And he's very smart. He knows that. And he just called guys who he absolute 100% convincing he will beat those guys as Ben Askren and Tyron Woodley. So stay out alongside from me and Luke Rockhold, because you cannot beat either.
Would you like to fight him?
He's not enough. Sorry, I'm so heavy to him. I'm so powerful to him. I could finish his career even on the TV shows with very serious damage. So
he said he could finish his television career. He doesn't want to do that. Mas você já treinou com Logan Paul?
Logan Paul is different. Logan Paul is bigger than him. Logan Paul is humble than him. He's a very nice guy. I love Logan Paul. But Jake Paul is I understand him as well. He's doing a great job. But I have, of course, I'd like to get easy money fight him, but I have a best challenge for him. You know who?
Who?
Mike Perry.
You like that? Mike Perry.
Mike Perry's almost same weight class.
Yeah.
Mike Perry is savage. If he want a real fight Mike Perry.
Oh, maybe Anderson Silva.
Oh, he cannot beat Anderson Silva. Even if Anderson Silva 44 years old, he cannot.
Okay. I thought maybe you would say you would want to fight him, but I respect your stance. Now, I have to ask you, Paulo, this is the most important. All that was great. This is the most important part. Who is really running your Twitter account, Paulo? Because this has become one of the most entertaining accounts in sports. Who is doing this with all the memes, who is actually, is it Captain Eric? Is it Tamara? Who is doing this? Because I'm not sure it's you.
Man, I'm so glad you enjoy it.
It's incredible.
It's incredible, right? Yeah. I love this because I enjoy doing that.
It's you?
I really enjoy.
Is it you?
Of course.
100%? No one else?
100% whole time. Nobody put the fingers on my phone to do a Twitter. Just me.
It's sometimes you say some crazy things.
I'm a little bit shameful to say that because sometimes I put Dana White with Rose,
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
Because it's funny.
Do you get a DM? Is that DM really, Dana, to you, or is that for someone else? When you always post it, take that down. That's someone else, huh?
Yeah, someone else did that.
How do you find this stuff?
Man, these guys, that's why Twitter give opportunity to the people hang out with you and create like a folders on even comments,
Mm-hmm.
So when some guy respond my post, I can respond the answer and respond. You understand? You could a rabbit hole
rabbit hole.
Yes.
Crazy
So,
stuff.
yes, and Twitter give you a gift as well. You can put a respond with some pictures. So this create all these whole memes. You know, I think I have a arm of memes, a real arm of memes. A lot of people. Exército.
Army of memes.
Do you know the Twitter account Borrachinho Depot? Do you know this Twitter account?
I know these guys from a long time ago.
Yes. That used to be the most entertaining Twitter. Now you've become the most entertaining Borrachinho. And this is such a unique opportunity that we get to speak to you. Can I ask you what you're really thinking about some of your more popular tweets? I have some of your tweets. I want to show them to you and you tell me. Yes, I have. Okay.
A meme hangout.
Meme hangout. Let's go. Meme hangout. Here it is. Do we have the first one? The first. What is going on here? My dream yesterday was like that. Can you see this one?
Yeah, because you know I saw the memes, the pictures, and after that I thought something about. And when I saw this looked like a crazy dream. When you drink a lot or you eat a lot, you know, you drink something crazy like this, and this is amazing. This as a knight,
yeah. As a wizard. You made this? You put this together?
No.
Okay.
Just a post.
You just okay.
I don't have a time enough and ability to make this.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. The next one. That one's from July. What's this? Is you?
This I did.
You did this?
Yeah.
Why do you love doing pictures of yourself looking like a big man like that? Why do you love doing that?
You know, when Tamara took this photo for me on my training camp, I downloaded the face app on my phone, and I was just trying make me looking better. But I saw a lot different tools that the amazing face app has, and I started to kidding with that, you know, and I make me fat, and I put this hair, and and this look too much with my father friends, and my father friend. I have one friend. His name is Vinicius, and his fathers look like this guy, and so I make this and send to him and say, man, I need to post this.
This is an incredible one. I love it. Okay, and the next one we have, I want to know, this is good. We're getting to find out if it was you or someone else. This is from Friday. You asked Sean O'Malley. He had me on his podcast, and this is Friday after the ceremonial weigh-ins. He said, I'm going to have Ariel Helwani on my podcast. Any questions? All of a sudden, I see you write to him. Yes, sir. If is possible, ask him who would be more sexual attractive, me or Luke, on his perceptions. Please, thank you. I mean, this is... Was that you who wrote that?
Yeah. Yes, I did it. But because I didn't know I was here with you, Ariel. So now I have a possibility to ask you by myself.
Yes.
Please, Ariel, tell me from the bottom of your heart, who is more attractive? Who got the BLF belt from UFC now? Best looking guy, the best looking fighter, fighting for the UFC. I beat Luke.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hear, to listen for you. Who is the best sexual attractive guy, me or Luke?
It's a tough question. It's really tough because I would say I actually said before this is the best looking fight in UFC history. You saw that I said that. Best looking fight, two models going toe to toe. You have the secret juice. I also think you did something with the hair, right? You changed your hair a little bit. Something changed, right?
Put hair. I put hair on the...
Yes. It's good. It's looking nice. It worked.
Thank you.
What's the answer, Ariel?
I'm breaking it down.
Buddy.
Okay. I have to say, because you are here in front of me, also because you won, I will give, the belt to you, Paulo Costa.
Dude, hey, somebody's actually making a belt for him.
Come on.
In Paris, model capital of the world. They're gonna make him a belt like Jake Paul has a belt.
Wow.
I will hold
Belt,
BLF
the BLF belt. He's gonna be
on
bringing
the
that
first row. Hey, he said about Paris. I know we will see UFC on Paris
Oh,
on
yeah. September
the
3rd.
next few weeks.
Yeah. You're going.
I need to be there.
Of course.
I need to be there because, of course, you agree. The main fight, Marvin Vettori and Robert Whittaker.
It's incredible.
I think my opponents come from there.
That's who you want next? The winner of that fight?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Of course. I think this fight makes sense. I need to say again, Rockhold was on great shape and great form. He was tired because the way that fight went make him feel tired, and I beat him. I could knock out him out, but if I pressure a little bit more, I think. But I was a little bit more conservative, just to hold. But I beat him for 3 rounds, 30-27. And I don't think he was close to knocking me out or doing something.
Okay.
I beat. Yeah, fair enough. And so I need to fight the winner of this fight, I think.
Okay.
Because either Marvin or Whittaker will not fight for the fight for the very next. I think they need to fight somewhere else. So I'm this guy. I will be there, and I hope to fight one of these guys.
I have to ask you about more tweets. We have more time, yeah, or do you have to go?
Of course.
Okay.
I have all the time for you. Ariel.
Oh, you're the man. Thank you so much, Paulo. Here's the next tweet I want to ask you about. Take a look at this one. Okay, this is. This you wrote something. I can't. Go ahead.
He's putting on his beef,
Yes, this is the beef you have with me. You had a beef with me, yes?
Me, no.
No beef.
No.
You said you wanted to. You said you wanted to see me fight Darren Till. Yes. Why? Why do you want to see me fight Darren Till?
Because I think it's a good matchup.
You think I can win?
I really believe on your skills. This is a good matchup.
You seen my skill? You see me? Here, look at this.
Please show me. No. Put your shirts off.
Take it off. Everything.
Yeah.
Look at me. You can see me right now. You see that?
Nice hook.
What do you
I
think?
like this hook.
You like it?
I like.
You see the hips, how they turn? You see that? Oh,
yeah.
I would take over 2 rounds on that. You versus
Darren Till.
Darren Till.
Who do you think wins? Me or Dylan Dennis?
No, you of course.
Okay.
Dylan Dennis cannot boxing or.
You come in my
like
corner. You guys come in my corner.
Of course, my man. Of course. I support 100%.
Me or Winderson? Who wins? Me or Winderson?
Oh, the guy knows Winderson. No,
yeah, he's jabroni.
Yo.
He's jabroni. That guy.
Yo.
He's no good.
Hey, that guy Winderson is super famous.
Yeah, whatever. He's not as famous as me and you. Okay, next tweet. What do we have? Next tweet. We have something else here.
This fits so good.
This is nice.
On that.
You sitting next to Forrest Gump. You see this one?
Yeah, and the lady's crying.
Yeah, why is she crying? Who made this? You?
Because my history is so sad.
Why is your history sad?
Because I passed through very bad things. So, but I turn on and I make my rise, my way rise again, and so that's why she got emotional.
So you were getting emotional. Okay, the next one here we have is you and your ex-friends.
My ex-friends.
When is this picture?
Yeah. Because when?
Yeah.
Yes, I was 1 week before I went on your show.
Really? Oh, in New York.
Yes.
And now you're not friends with any of them.
No more.
No more
anymore.
Damn, that's sad. It's a bit sad, no?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't want to talk about that. Okay, here's the next one. You say something about your chat. What does he say? I can't read, guys. You got to help me out here. Your secret juice make you Chad. What does that mean?
Secret juice. The people think it's just joke, but not. I really drink this, and this helped me a lot because I put a mix of ingredients here.
What is in it?
Me.
Tell me what is in it. Please tell us. Tell us once and for all.
If I tell you the whole things that I have here, it will be not more secret. You understand? It will be revelate juice.
That's Who makes it for you? Who makes the juice for you?
Me, myself.
You make it? Okay. You all right, fine. And what does Chad mean? What does Chad mean?
I don't know. The people start to call me Chad, and I look sometimes. I think Chad is a nice look guy. I think.
Okay. All right. Well, I agree.
Maybe something like that.
Okay. Here's the next one.
Version for Karen, but
Karen
is another slang in the U.S.
Oh man, this is so beautiful,
This
guy.
is beautiful.
Look at this.
Look at this. This is you. You want to do ice cream contest against Patty. Why do you keep talking about the ice cream contest against Patty? You said, Mr. Patty, I'm coming hungry to our ice cream feast competition. It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, ice cream feast competition. Yeah. I am on diet for a long time to make this, everything happen very easy to me. And now it's time to celebrate, and I want to celebrate with my guy, Perry Pimblin, eating some ice cream. I know he loves ice cream. I like as well. So
he's a big guy, huh? He's a big guy. He gets big, 200 pounds.
Yeah, he's big now.
Yeah.
He's so big. I'm a little bit worried about this. I need to eu preciso confessar.
Admit.
I must
Let's confess. Yes, maybe we can do a final run to this ice cream, and after that, me and Pablo come back to diet.
Okay. And then I think we have one more left. You wrote this, I love you, Helwani. What is this me?
So much, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Of course. Oh, yeah, but I
you wrote my name wrong, yeah.
I spelled wrong your name.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, how?
That's why I wasn't sure if you were talking about me or someone else.
Huh?
I wasn't sure if you were talking about me or someone else that you know named Helwani.
It's you, of course.
Why did you write that? This was May of 2022. Why did you write that?
May 2022.
I think it's because I said you were above somebody in the rankings and you didn't win.
No, but I still love you.
Thank you.
Since I met you in New York. You can't talk bad things about me. You can, say things about me. You can't say about bad things. I still love you.
Thank you. And by the way, last time we spoke, you told me about the lady in the Walmart who gave you her phone number. Are you on the market, off the market now? What's going on? What's happening?
Come on, please, please. Tamara don't want to show up.
Why?
She's here.
Why doesn't she? I'm offended.
Dang.
There she is. Hello, Tamara. How are you? This is the famous Tamara you keep mentioning.
Is the BLF and the BLMF.
Why didn't you want to come on? Why are you shy?
I'm ashamed.
You're ashamed?
Yeah.
So this is your new manager, Paulo. Wow.
She helped me a lot from a long time ago. Even when Valid was still working with us, she's still helping me and Valid. And, she knows my best on the, I'm talking about UFC or fight contracts. I'm talking about my feeling good with myself emotionally. Everything. The whole thing. Everything. I really believe on that. She's amazing. She's smart. She's beautiful. And I love her.
Wow, that is beautiful. Wow, that's nice. What does she think of your Twitter, by the way? Does she get embarrassed by it or?
Actually, the Twitter.
I like it.
She
Oh,
like.
okay. There you go. She's a keeper.
I had some problem with her already when about some girls and some stuff like that. But
what happened? Tell us what happened. It's a safe space here. What happened?
Do you remember what happened when you got to be sad?
Se você interage com outra mulher.
Yeah.
What?
If she into with other women, she doesn't like it.
Just a joke. Okay.
Yeah, if I take some pictures of some girl and say something sexual about her, it's okay. But if I interact, she get a little bit angry.
I understand. I mean, you're a wanted man. I mean, look at that face.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Walmart lady was like 70 years old. She was still jealous.
Oh, you've been together that long. How long have you been together? Oh, something. She's looking out for you. I mean, this is beautiful.
10 years.
10 years. Wow. When are you going to get married? What's taking so long, Paulo?
You put me against the wall, man.
You know what? They say Paris is the most romantic city in the world.
Wow. You're going to do it? Come on, Paulo.
Yes. But don't put a lot of expectative on me, you know. But
Paulo, 10 years.
Maybe next year.
What next year? 10 years, Paulo. She's your manager. She looks out for you. She takes the stuff out of your teeth, for goodness sakes. She's battling the UFC. She's turning you into a superstar. She's doing all, and you can't put a ring on the finger. I mean, it's the least you could do.
I want it. Of course I want. But, I need just to look for, I don't know yet where I will live, here or Brazil.
It's a lot of excuses, Paulo. It's a lot of excuses. You just got a win bonus, all right? You're doing well for yourself. September 3rd, that weekend, you go to Paris. We'll make an arrangement, UFC. You go to the Eiffel Tower. You get down on one knee, Paulo. You lock it up, all right, my friend? And then you post it on Twitter. All right? Let's go, Paulo.
Romantic guy.
It's beautiful.
Okay, great. That's great. I really want.
Or by the way, no one has ever proposed on this show. If you want to do it right now, it'd be a great moment, viral moment. You want to do it right now or too much?
Too much.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. One last thing, Paulo. This has been amazing. Really nice to talk to you after all these years. What do you think in your weight class? Your old friend Israel Adesanya and Alex Pereira. Who do you think wins? Pereira. I was told, or Pereira. I don't know. I mispronounce it. Alex Pereira or Israel Adesanya. What do you think?
You're very good at pronouncing his name. Eu não quero ser anticlimax. I don't want to be anticlimax, but anticlimactic. Yeah, he got.
Yeah,
but I don't put a lot of attention on that. I just focus on myself.
Okay,
guys, sorry, but but I don't care. I want to. If I still on UFC, I'd like to fight for the belt, of course. I'd like to get a rematch against Adesanya because I have some reason to finish with him, of course. I need to do that fight again with no sleep night before fight issues. I need to be there 100% and fight him 100% seriously. But I think this fight will be like a kickboxing fight on MMA gloves. I think that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't believe nobody will try put the wrestling on the game. I think they will fight on stands up. I just think this, but I really don't care. I'm ready to fight my next opponent, and that's it.
Okay, fair enough. Paulo, Captain Eric, Tamara, this has been wonderful. There she is. Hello. What a wonderful conversation. You guys are great. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Obrigado. Parabéns on the big win. And next time you're in New York, please, you all come here in our studio. It would be nice to have you back here.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Hi, my friend.
There he is, the one and only Paulo Costa, the eraser. What a conversation that was. I mean, what a crew, huh? I mean, those guys are great. We almost had the first proposal.
So close.
We almost had it.
I don't think it was that close.
You don't think?
I thought it was close.
Wow, I thought we were legit close. If we didn't almost have it, I think that we were on the verge of getting it in like 2 weeks, and he's going to post something about it. Like, I think we might have moved it along. What do you think of that? I feel like we should be invited to the wedding. I feel like we should stream the wedding because
we should
right?
stream the wedding for sure, but I don't know if it's coming. 10 years? Yes. What a character. What an interview.
By the way, I actually feel, and kudos to you for going down the rabbit hole of all his tweets. I can't imagine all the other stuff that you saw.
Oh, it's so great. It's so great.
I actually feel now, I will be honest, an hour ago, I didn't think that he was the one tweet. I actually think it's him. What do you guys think?
I definitely think it's him.
Yeah,
I turned on
without a
tweet
doubt.
notifications for him.
Who would have thought that in the battle of Bohashinia Twitter accounts, he would now surpass Bohashinia Depot as the more entertaining Bohashinia Twitter account?
Biggest comeback of the year.
It's a massive comeback. I don't. Sometimes he goes down a little bit of a weird political path. We can ignore that part, but it is entertaining and it's good to have him back. And that was a big win. And he said it right there. He wants to be in Paris, September 3rd. That's the next big UFC event. It's Robert Whittaker versus Marvin Vettori. That's the co-main, by the way. The main is a fantastic one that kind of feels like it's flying under the radar. Tai Tuivasa against Cyril Bongamin Gan. I guess we'll find out who GC is rooting for based on if he wears the Fight Factory t-shirt, MMA Factory, right? Are you going to wear it or not before that one?
Yeah, I don't know.
Still deciding.
Cyril Gahn fans should definitely proceed with caution, though.
And so that's coming up September 3rd. And my friends, what I want now is for you to start calling up your friends. If you have friends in England, of course, we all started the day on August 20th. I didn't even get into how crazy of a day August 20th was. Saturday was just an insane day. But I want you to call your friends right now. Let them know that the future UFC welterweight champion is a mere minutes away from joining us. Did I say the future? The current. There's a lot going on here. Leon Edwards, the new UFC welterweight champion, is minutes away from joining us in his first interview since he shocked the world. And again, I want to stress, when I say he shocked the world, I don't mean he shocked the world because he beat him. GC and Frank can attest to this. We don't need to get too far into it, but did Helwani pick him or did Helwani pick him?
Yeah, Helwani picked him.
Okay.
He did pick him.
Say no more.
We won't go
no more
further than that.
Helwani picked him. He's about to join us in 4 minutes. So let your friends know in Birmingham. Let your friends know in London, in Liverpool, in the UK, all over Great Britain. Let them know that Leon Edwards is a matter of minutes away from joining us. August 20th was incredible. On Saturday was amazing. I woke up. I'm alone. I told you my family is out of town. And so I woke up. Matcha and I went to get coffee. It was quite nice. Just Matcha and I chilling. Went to get coffee. And then we rushed back home. And actually before that, this day couldn't have started better. Before that, I was walking and a guy who owns a store, it's called Maud Claire. He says to me, "Hey, Ariel, I got something for you." I've become friends with him. And he says, I got something for you. I was like, "Oh, what'd you get?" I got to fix my Westphalia. And he brings me to a store. He got me a signed picture of Howard Cosell from some show. And it really warmed my heart. So I want to say thank you to Anthony, who's a good friend and a fan of the show. So that's how my day starts. Then I go home and I'm watching my beloved Nottingham Forest. You see the patch right there, going up against those dastardly, evil, scumbaggery Evertonians. And it's quite the battle. It's an incredible back and forth war. And Dino Henderson is just on fire. He's standing on his head again. And ultimately, with about 10 or so minutes left, we, capital W, score, right? We score up 1-0. Unfortunately, Everton tied it. So it ended up being a road draw, but I was very happy and content with it. So I thought this is a great way to start the day. Then we started watching PFL. PFL was a very entertaining affair. I thought PFL in London was really great. Dan Hardy on the broadcast was incredible. I thought he did a tremendous job. I thought Bubba Jenkins looked amazing. I mean, what a performance out of him. Suplex City left and right. Incredible stuff out of Bubba Jenkins. He punches his ticket to the semifinals. Then we get Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane, which was an amazing fight in the build-up. The rivalry was great. The back and forth was great. The fight itself was fantastic. Brendan Loughnane showed up for the first, to me, this was his best outing in PFL. He was dominant. He was comfortable. He exacted what he wanted to do out there. It was his game plan. It was his fight. I think a lot of people, including myself, thought that Chris Wade would out-wrestle him. He was the underdog. Brendan Loughnane deserved that win. Great moment for him. Kayla Harrison with another big win. And then she cuts the promo of all promos in the cage, calling out the Brazilians, Larissa Pacheco, Chris Cyborg, Amanda Nunes. Then, literally right after, we go over to BK. It was an incredible day. I was watching 14 hours of combat, and I didn't want it to end. Then we get to BKFC. Mike Perry, MVP, have a great war, back and forth, won by Platinum Perry. Kudos to him. Then I watch Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk. Usyk wins. Joshua, bit of a weird scene afterwards. I said my piece on that. We could get into it later. I thought he was being a little disrespected. He was having a moment. Kudos to him. Great career. He maybe cracked a little bit, but all good. And then we get to UFC 278. Fun fights. Interesting fights. And then, of course, we get to the main card. Tyson Pedro, my pick, wins. Great. Then we get to Merab. Big win for him. Then we get to the co-main, Paulo Costa, Luke Rockhold. 10-7, Jake Paul in between all of that. And then I get to my little room, and all of a sudden, I sit there. And I watch a fight that I don't think I will ever forget. It's Leon Edwards, the guy that we have been backing, we have been championing, we have been supporting, we have been fighting for. We, with a capital W, have been fighting for this guy. And I went through all of it at the top of the show, and I don't need to go through it all again here. But he finally got to make that walk in a championship fight. And it looked very good for him. And he proved that he could hang. And he won the first round. And then he lost the second and the third and the fourth. And then we all saw what happened in the fifth. One of the greatest finishes in the history of the UFC. One of the greatest finishes in a title fight. A moment, a kick, a result we will never forget. And now in his first interview since Saturday, since becoming the undisputed UFC welterweight champion, here he is, the pride of Jamaica, the pride of Birmingham, England, the one and only, the new 170-pound champion of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the one and only Leon Rocky Edwards. There's only one Rocky Edwards. There's only one Rocky Edwards. Walking along, singing a song, walking in a Rocky Wonderland. There, my man. What's happening, Rocky?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Arrow, I told you.
You told me, man.
I told you what a road, what a way to do it as well. You know, it was a mad crazy fight, but we got the job done. That's the main thing, you know.
Rocky,
I lost my voice.
I know you lost. All
the crying, all the crying and shouting and screaming and celebrating. My voice is gone, you know. But I had to come on the show. Like I said I would do it last week, and now here we are. With the belt as well.
Freaking
shiny.
I mean, that is shiny as hell. I need to put my sunglasses on. Rocky, I wish you were here. I'd give you a big hug and a kiss right now. I'm so happy for you. Unbelievable what you did. Can you even put into words what the last 2 days have been like for you? Now you're in Las Vegas, I believe. You go from Utah, you have the part. I mean, we're going to get into everything, but just are you still buzzing? Are you still on a high right now? And by the way, you're covering part of the camera over there. I don't want you. There you go. Maybe Tim can hold it for you. What else is he doing over there? You know, you need a cameraman. You're the champion, for God's sakes. You need someone to hold your camera for you. You're the freaking man. Tell us, how are you feeling? What have the last 2 days been like? Can you put it into words?
Everyone keep asking me how does it feel, and it's hard to put it into words, you know. And I think that's why, in my post-fight interview, I was just crying because it's hard to not just the moment of winning the UFC World Championship, but just the moment to get into that point, to achieving my dream and going through all the ups and downs throughout life and throughout my career. It was it's still difficult to put into words. It still feels so surreal, it doesn't feel real. Sometimes I woke up this morning, took the belt out of the case and thought, oh shit, I'm actually the world champion. I'm actually the world champion, and it still feels so surreal. But like I said, I'm proud of myself and my team and everything that we've achieved this far.
So, okay, I actually want to take a step back. The week, we spoke to you on Monday, the week in Utah, was it a good week? Sometimes you say things, you're at the press conference, this and that, but we don't really know what's going on. Now, in retrospect, it's all over. How was the week? How was everything leading up to Saturday? Monday through Saturday, how was everything going? Were you feeling in a good place? Were you doubting yourself? Were you confident? How were you feeling in those last few days?
I was confident. I said it all week, last week, that for some reason I felt like belonging, and I felt like that's the way it was meant to go. I was meant to be fighting for the world championship at this moment. I was saying it all week. Like that's what I felt. I didn't feel nervous or nothing. I was kind of getting worried. I think, why am I not as nervous as I should be? I've been more nervous for previous fights. And I just thought, nah, this is it. This is how God wrote my story, and this is how it was meant to play out. I said it all week. I was saying it all week in the press conference. Like, I felt belonging. This is my moment, and that was it. That's exactly what I felt.
And then what about Saturday? Now, the day of the fight, you go to the arena. Are you starting to feel those nerves? It's all very real now. What were you feeling?
Yeah, 100%. I normally get nervous like the day of the fight anyway. But I normally go like into myself, and I go a bit quiet, and but I always like to still be around my team and being around my having good banter and just trying to make it as normal day as possible. So yeah, I felt a bit nervous going to the arena because I know what the moment will mean, not just for me, but for everyone like me, and like for my mom, for my family, my team. I know exactly what it will mean to them. So it was good backstage when I was getting warmed up. I felt it more and more, and as soon as I walk out of the arena, I thought, nah, this is it, man. This is what you've worked for. This is your moment. Just go out there and enjoy it.
Now, when you're watching, I know you're preparing, you're warming up, but you're seeing the TV's on. You're starting to see Aldo get tired, Rockhold get tired. Were you starting to think like, golly, what's going to happen here? Like, were you starting to get worried about the altitude because it's such a big part of the show?
Yeah, 100%. It was like in the back of my mind, and I thought, why is everyone getting tired? I was watching it thinking, nah, I won't get tired because I've been here for 2 weeks. I've slept in like altitude at home. I thought, nah, I probably won't feel it. So yeah, I was watching it backstage, and I was saying to my coach, I didn't say it to nobody else, but thinking back in my head as I was warming up, like, oh shit, why is everyone getting tired? But when I went out there after the first round, my body I can't explain it. My body just like shut down, and it was just a weird feeling. Where like run cardio, it's just like more. My body just wasn't reacting. In my head, I could think what I wanted to do, but my body just weren't doing it.
Have you ever felt that way before in a fight?
Nah, never. In my last 10 fights that I had to get to this point to fight for the championship, I've never looked like that in a fight ever. And so even when I was fighting, I thought, man, I was thinking in my head like, mate, what the hell's going on? And I just like just keep pushing. And I know it's crafty. Your body's feeling it, but just keep working and stay focused. And it's never over till it's over, right? And I stayed in there and got the clean head kick KO.
Now, we'll get to that in a moment, but in the first round, you had his back, and it looked very good for you. It looked like things were happening. Are you thinking did you feel like you were close to getting him, or did you think this was going to be a part of a long process? What were you thinking in that moment in the first?
No, I knew it would have been difficult to choke, to finish. But I knew once I get on top of him, my ground game is way better than his ground game. So far as jiu-jitsu, he's a wrestler. He likes to be on top. They prefer to be the guy on top, And so I know once I get on top, I'll be able to dominate the grappling part of it. I wish I stayed in mat a little bit more and dropped a few elbows and cut him up a little bit, and then go for the back take. But it is what it is. It did a good job defending the choke. And but yeah, if my body was reacting the way it was in the first round, the fight would have went totally different way. Like the first round, I felt normal, and after that, my body just just kind of shut down on me, like, you know. So if it was my body felt, like I said in the first, like, the way I did in the first round, it'd be a totally different fight.
Did you start to panic because of how your body was feeling? Were you starting to get worried?
I was getting worried for sure, 100%. Because like I said, it's just the moment was so big for me, you know, and to have just my luck for that to happen, for that to happen, I thought, nah, there's no way that this can happen, can play out like this, you know, because like I said it all week that I feel like this is my moment, you know, like there's no way, like God brought me to this point to make this happen like that, you know, and that's what kept playing in my head. Like, there's no way God brought me here for this just to go to a decision and finish like this, you know. And yeah, I just, like I said, stay focused, listen to my team. Great motivation.
Okay.
Great motivation. They knew how to pull my buttons, you know, and
Golly.
get me in there at the finish.
There's one version of this. So BT Sport put out like a mashup of your coach, Dave Lavelle, going from the second, third, fourth round, like really, you know, going in. And then a fan then took that and added the Rocky music. Have you seen this clip? It now has like 2 million.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I've watched this thing, by the way, I think 300 times since Saturday. I can't get enough of it. But you're sitting there and he is like, come on, son, come on. Like he is going into you. Is that common for him to do that to you? Or was that the first time he really went in on you?
Nah, it's been like that before, but not like that intense, you know. But it's definitely been like that before, even in training and other stuff, you know. I've grown to look at him as a father figure, you know. My mom saw the video as well. She voice note me this morning, like just crying, you know, saying tell Dave thank you, because I could tell that he really cared about you, you know. And she just like, it was like a minute long voice note of her just crying, saying tell Dave that thank you. I can tell like he really cared for you, and I'm happy that you got someone like that with you in your corner, you know. So for that to come from my mom, it's amazing, man. And he did a great job, you know. I sent him the voice note as well, and he teared up as well, you know.
Oh, it was amazing. So, how long have you known Dave for?
Since I started MMA, like I probably said 18.
So when you walked into that gym, when your mom told he was there?
Yeah.
Come on, that is unbelievable.
When I walked into the gym, but I weren't working with Dave. I wasn't working with Dave before, you know. He was there, but we weren't like close before. We kind of got close as I said, about 2-3 years in. I started working more with him, and we got more close. He's got like a few sons as well, which is similar ages.
Okay.
So I got close with his sons, and yeah, from then just I adopted him like a father figure, you know.
So when he's telling you stop feeling sorry for yourself, and you're kind of looking, you're not looking at him, and you're looking, were you in fact feeling sorry for yourself?
No, I was feeling sorry for myself. I was feeling like, I started to explain it. I wasn't sorry for myself. I was thinking, like, there's no way this is playing out like this. It's not thinking head, you know, like there's no way I can let this play out like this. And so I think you could tell by my face, like, look, like basically what he said, like, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Switch on, like, you more than deserve to be here. You more than you can beat this guy. You know, you can do it. So just go out there and do it. And yeah, that's what I did.
You looked dejected. Like at the end of every round, you looked dejected. Were you starting to feel like, God, this is slipping away from me? Because that's how your body looked. It looked like you were mad at yourself. You were disappointed in yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought, man. Because that's not me, you know. That's like one of my worst performance ever in my career, you know. And to have my worst performance in the biggest moment of my life, it's hard to explain how you feel mentally, you know. It's like what the fuck, like come on, like how is this playing out like this? And it was difficult to to go through it, you know. But it is what it is. Like I said, that was my best performance. That was my worst performance, and he still couldn't finish me, you know. So if it was all the way around, I would have finished him, you know. But I finished him on my worst day, and that's it.
So there you are. There's now minutes remaining. We get to the 4-minute mark, and you pull off one of the greatest moments in the history of the UFC. Could you tell us, like, do you even remember the seconds before throwing that kick? Are you thinking to yourself, is this something that you worked on? Did you know that he would expose himself, like that kick would be open? Do you remember anything about the build-up to you saying, I have to throw this because I'm running out of time?
Yeah. I heard my coach, I think my brother shouted it, like cross head kicking out, which is the combination that we drilled many times on the pads before with my coach Henry, and he's saying he's there for the cross head kick. My brother kept saying it. So if watching the fight, I kind of like feinting the jab, and it was kind of like parrying the shots like this and going in, and I feinted the kick. I felt like the kick, and he didn't move. You know, I thought, oh, perfect, he's freezing. So as I throw the cross head kick, what Usman does, he's got a very boxing oriented style where he parries like shots in. You know, so I knew if I threw the cross head kick, at that moment it would land. You know, and it landed clean. I set it up with inside leg kicks and stuff like that. And yeah, I knew it was coming. I thought in my head, this is the shot. So if it's going to land, it's going to land now, you know. And I didn't throw it the whole fight. I thought, this is the moment. If it's going to land, I need it to land now. So as I threw it, as I felt my shin just like wrapped around his head, bang! Look, he folded like a launcher. Oh. I looked at him. I went to ground and pound him. But as I stood over him, his eyes just like rolling. I thought, nah, he's done. And Herb jumped in. It was mad. It was mad. I remember the moment when I threw the kick, like thinking, like, this is the moment. If it lands now, it needs to land now. And as I threw it, it was perfect. It was like everything, the way he fainted, the way he parried into it, it was just perfect. You know, I remember thinking it in my head, like, you need to land it now if it's going to land, and it landed.
Can you even describe what it's like when your leg connects with his face like that and his body just goes limp backwards? Like, what does that even feel like?
To be fair, the kick just felt like the kick didn't feel like as hard. To be fair, it didn't feel like I using the power. Just like I didn't feel it land. I just remember as it landed, as my legs coming back, I just seen him folding. I see him folding. I thought, oh no, I've got you, boy. I've got you. As I go to ground upon, like I said, Errol, Herb jumped in and his eyes started rolling. So I thought, nah, that's done. And after that, the emotions overtook me. You know, like, oh man, it's hard to put into words. Everyone keep asking me, like, put it into words, how you feel, and it's difficult to put it into words, you know.
I get it, but like for 15 or so minutes, you're kind of disappointed, you're down, this and that, and then all of a sudden that happens, and it's euphoria, ecstasy. I think your brother tackled you. Your team is going nuts. You're jumping on the cage. That must be unlike anything you've ever felt in your entire life, let alone your athletic career, right? I mean, that's just pure ecstasy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, when you watch movies, you see that people cry from happiness. I've never cried from happiness before in my life, you know. So when I'm like crying from happiness, it was like that's you know, it was really it was such a surreal moment, and a moment that I will treasure forever. And to think I didn't know where Utah was. Now Utah's like stuck in my life forever now, you know. It's never gonna go out of my life, and
I love it.
It's an amazing story, but yeah.
In that moment, are you thinking about the journey? Are you thinking about the last few years, how you were screwed over, the long stuff, the removing? Like, obviously not every detail, but like, are you starting to think about that, or is it just pure pandemonium in your mind?
Nah, in my mind, like everything is like, it's a hit me, you know, like, mate, like, you did it after all the doubt, all the naysayers, everyone saying, the 2 years out through the pandemic, like that's why I was crying on the floor, because I was always going through my brain, like, mate, you actually did it. You know, you said you would do it, and you did it. And even now I'm getting emotional. Now it's
amazing.
It's amazing, man. It's meant to explain it, and I did it, man. I did it.
And the post-fight interview was incredible because of that emotion. And you know what's so amazing to me about this story, Leon? And you posted the clip from our show on your Instagram. Thank you for doing that, of the fans who called into our post show. The guy who people said, oh, he doesn't connect with the people and he doesn't have the personality and he's not flashy. You have elicited this response, this emotional response. Like, I was doing the show on Saturday, my post show, people calling us from the UK crying because of you. They've never met you before, but you have given them hope. You're a light to these people. Is that almost an overwhelming thing? Like, when you hear people talk about you, about what you did, giving them that kind of reaction, that kind of hope, those kinds of emotions, how does that make you feel?
It's amazing, man. But I knew that going into the fight, you know, because in the real world, like, I can feel the love when I'm in Birmingham in the UK. When people come up to me and like even kids and other people come up to me and just say like what I mean to them, I can feel the love. It's all on social media and internet. It's all like, it's fake, you know. But I know I connect to like the raw people. That's why you got like I'm not phone call. there's all this real people saying like what I've drawn out, you know, because like I said, I'm from the trenches and I can relate to the way they grew up and the situation they're in, you know. I'm real. I'm as real as it come. I don't have to create like a character and be someone else that I'm not. If I be myself, I can achieve this. So can you. And I think it's better doing it like this more than creating a character and playing a character. And then it's hard to relate to a character. You can always relate to someone that's real and down to earth and true to themselves. You know, so I think that's the emotions that the fans and people are showing.
I believe in poetic justice, and there were two great examples of this on Saturday. Number one, the last minute. The last minute against Nate, you were robbed of that moment. The last minute in this fight, you come back and you prevail. That final minute of a 25-minute fight screwed you a year ago, and it helped you tremendously. And then the beauty of the moment that we got to see after the Bilal fight, where you called your mom and you were crying and you were devastated that, you know, the victory was taken away from you because of the eye poke. And then we get to Saturday and you're FaceTiming her again, but this time euphoric, right? Like incredible, right? To see that come full circle, that conversation, you walking back, I cried watching that. I'm very close to my mother as well. I mean, the first person you call in the good moments and the bad moments are your mother, right? Like the mother is there. What was that like to see? Because we could hear her, but we couldn't see her. What were you seeing when she was yelling and screaming and all that stuff?
I just seen like the joy, you know, in her eyes, the tears. She was crying as well, you know. So when your mom cry, it makes you cry as well, you know. So,
yeah.
And there's all in the house, like my mom, my son, is all watching the fight together, you know. And yeah, like it's hard for me. It's difficult to see my mom in tears and to see like, because I know how much it means to us, you know. And it's hard to, like I said, to put it into words. When you make your mom proud, that's like every son dream is to make your mom proud, and I did that, you know, and I made her proud, even though we came from nothing. And she got me involved in MMA at the age of 17 just to keep me out of trouble. I made her proud, you know.
You're the man, Rocky. I appreciate the emotion very much. I know you've been through a lot. I'm not trying to make you cry again, I promise.
No.
But that was an incredible moment. And the picture afterwards, you see that one? People comparing it to Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. You know the one I'm talking about? That's incredible stuff. Iconic stuff, man. That's going to live on forever. And it's just amazing that you, of all people, get to have this moment now and get to, you know, be shown this love. And I hope, by the way, you get a parade in Birmingham or some type of, they need to bring you to the freaking, the parliament over there and have a whole Leon Day for you over there. That would be incredible. Could I ask you just one more thing about the phone call when you spoke to your son? He was watching it?
Arrow, Jesus Christ.
Is that going to make you cry again? I'm sorry. These
Arrow.
Okay.
He was watching it, you know. He was watching it. Obviously, he was happy for his dad and excited. And I just got off the phone to him a minute ago. He was talking over again. And like I said, it's incredible for me and my family, you know, for what we've done and what we've achieved. So, yeah, I can't wait to get back, man, and just see them and show them the bout and embrace it, you know.
And you got your birthday coming up on the 25th, right? 31 on the 25th?
Yeah, on Thursday.
Jeez Louise, what a time to be alive. So, okay, 'cause everyone wants to know what's next. We were debating. You got the whole world in your hand. You got the Usman trilogy. Masvidal's calling you out, saying now he wants to fight. You got all these guys who were not paying attention. You know, they called you Leon Scott, this and that. Now everyone wants you. You're the king of the castle. If they come to you and say, who do you want, when, where, what is your response?
I don't know. Whoever, whenever. Also, I'd love to run back to Usman, but it has to be in London, you know. I know that then they came out and said at Wembley. That would be amazing to headline Wembley with Usman. That would be amazing, you know. But if not, like I said, let Masvidal get a few wins. That'd be a big fight as well, you know. I'd love to fucking smack his head off him and But yeah, like I said, whenever I'm top of the mountain now, you know. First there's no doubt in my arrow saying, nah. Dana came out before and said, "Oh, if Uzo weren't champion, Kobe would be champion." When I heard that, I was like, "What?" Mate, the old lad, Kobe had 2 shots. Master has 2 shots, but little old Leon came in with 1 shot and head kicked him.
Gilbert had a shot as well. Gilbert, they said, I said, oh, Leon should fight Gilbert, #1 contender. They're like, oh, you're crazy. He doesn't deserve #1 contender. They're like, oh, yeah? Who deserves it now? Who deserves it now? Can I throw out another crazy scenario that no one's talking about? Could you imagine if Nate beats Hamza at September 10th?
Imagine the scenes. The scenes.
You versus Nate, too.
Working up with us. Imagine the scenes. Imagine the scenes. I'll be...
Would you be open to that one?
100% give Nate a shot.
That would be crazy, right?
Yeah, that'd be... the scenes would be crazy. And 100% give Nate a shot because Nate's the G, man. I always said it, even after the fight, you know. He's who he is. He's one of the guys that... the game has never changed him, you know. So if that does happen, then Nate's definitely getting a shot. And
what about when? The time frame? When? Like, I know it's very fresh, but realistically, it has to be next year.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be next year. Obviously, I have a few injuries I need to sort out, and early next year. I don't want to be off too long, so early next year will be good. Like March, April. They don't come to London like March, April, right? So yeah. Right around that time, we're good to go.
And when you say Wembley, you mean the big stadium, right? The mass
stadium era.
Let's go.
Let's go. Big stadium. Bring back. That's what Dana said. It's part. Like, let's get it done. MMA now in the UK is booming, you know, and to have now a world champion from the UK, and all the other guys like Paddy and Darren and everyone else, like put them all on the card and let's sell out Wembley. Now is the time, you know. Now is the time to do it, and let's do it.
Can you already feel your life changing? Like, does it already feel like things are happening, or is it still too fresh?
Nah, I think it's still too fresh. You know, I can also feel the emotions part of it, you know. But as far as I know it's going to change. But at the moment, I'm just like, it's still so surreal, you know. Like I said, I woke up this morning, I had to like touch the bar again, you know. So I think give it a few more days and let it settle in a little bit more, and yeah, for sure.
And just a couple more things. How many times have you watched the knockout? How many times, like honestly, on your phone, how many times do you watch it?
Yeah, like a million times. What killing me is the memes, you know. It's wild, but yeah, I've seen the clip. It's such a perfect technique. You couldn't have written that technique any better. It was just the way it bit to the feint, everything is just perfect. You know, it's like God-given technique. Like that's how it was meant to land, and it landed clean.
Was there one message or a call or something? I mean, obviously other than your mom, but like that someone reached out to you, a fellow fighter, a friend from someone that said something to you that really stuck with you, or has it just been like an avalanche of stuff now that you can't really, you know, sift through?
Yeah, just more avalanche of stuff. You know, I'd like people like Usain Bolt reaching out to me. And,
wow, really?
Yeah, for sure.
You're friends?
Yeah. Well, now we are.
Wow, that is legendary.
But yeah, for me, that's for a Jamaican kid. That's mad. That's big, you know. And I sent it to my mom, and she was like proud of it as well, and happy to see it. But yeah, just I had mom just like a whole leap of things coming in at the same time. So just taking it all in day by day and enjoying it.
Do you have any plans to go to Jamaica with the belt?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to sort it out now with Tim and my team, and trying to get over there. And I would love to do like a charity MMA gym for Jamaica, you know, because I don't think there's no MMA in Jamaica from what I recall, you know. So I'd love to go out there and try to work out how to open like MMA gym out there, like a free gym, so you can go train and do MMA.
And are you aware of anything they're going to do for you back home in Birmingham when you return?
Not yet. I've heard a few things, but nothing like specific yet. So I'm hoping a big parade. I more than deserve it, you know. So
you deserve it.
I know I got like loads of news clips. So I'm all over the news and everything. So yeah, we'll see once we get back.
Okay, last thing for you, Leon. Again, thank you so much for doing this. What do you, because you know, I went on this whole rant at the beginning of the show about how you represent every person that's been kicked told they can't do it, thrown obstacles their way. The last 2 years have been very hard. And it's like this beautiful thing that you're the guy who was screwed so much in MMA by the pandemic. You prevail, right? You give everyone hope. What would you say to someone who is feeling down, who's feeling right now like they are being kicked, like they're being denied, like they're being thrown obstacles? What do you say to that person watching this and trying to draw inspiration from what you did on Saturday?
I'll say just like I said, just first off the belief, and it's okay to feel like for me. I told myself that it's okay what they're saying, like what they say doesn't make you what they say you are. Just believe in yourself, work hard, and like when it was talking down to me, saying, "Nah, the pandemic, he's been out the ring for too long. There's no way he can beat the pound for pound." I was like, "That's okay. Like that's okay for you to have your opinion. Like just believe in yourself." Work hard, put God first. That's number one. And I put God first and believe in my dreams, and that's it. Just work hard, believe in your dreams, and put God first. Once you put God first, everything else just plays off it, And yeah, that's it. Just put God first and work hard.
And that's the truth, because I remember talking to you after every setback, every time. Like I remember the Woodley fight, like we were talking at the beginning of the pandemic, all that stuff. And you were, sometimes I was like, am I more mad about this than him? But you just never let it show. You never let it get to you, or at least on camera you didn't. Maybe behind the scenes with you. And that was the most impressive part. Like you get taken out of the rankings. You have to fight Khamzat 3 times, all that. And it never felt like you cracked. It never felt like you were going to let this beat you or define you. That to me is the biggest and most impressive part of this whole thing that you just did.
Yeah, exactly. And that's for me, like I said, putting God first and believing in myself and telling myself, it's okay to some moments you're gonna feel down, and that's fine as well. We're not superhuman. We're all humans. Just be yourself. Like when the emotion comes, you feel down. Feel down. That's fine. But remember that. Just keep pushing, keep going forward, and control what you can control, which is for me was return up to the gym, showing up, working hard, and just keep improving. And that's what I did. I just kept showing up. Kept believing in myself, even when they all doubted me and said I couldn't do it. I said that's okay as well, and that's it. I just kept telling myself, it's okay, it's fine. Yeah, you say what you want to say, that's fine. Well, I'll show you, and look at me now. Like I said, look at me now. Look at me now. I did it, and that's it.
Unbelievable. They need to make a "Look at Me Now" t-shirt. Look at you now, Leon. Yeah. Congratulations, my friend. You earned it. You did it the hard way. You did it the right way, the fair way. You proved that sometimes good things happen to great people, and you were an inspiration. Well done, my friend. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming back on. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy the belt and everything that comes with it. No one deserves it more than you. Thank you so much, Leon.
Thank you. Thank you for being my corner, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anytime. There he is, Leon Edwards, the welterweight champion of the UFC, Rocky Edwards. There's only one Rocky Edwards. What a freaking day. Golly, what a day. We got one interview left, and I wanted to have our last guest on, who I think might even be in the same room as Leon, if I'm being honest, or maybe right next door. He's his longtime manager, friend. He was there in the cage on Saturday. He's Tim Simpson, who has become one of the best young managers in this game. And I don't even have to say young because he's just one of the best managers in this game. And as the VP of all things MMA at Paradigm, he now represents the 170, 185, and 205 pound champion in the UFC. There are only 8 male champions in the UFC. He represents now 3 of them. That's an incredible feat for someone who is 30 years old. He's been in this studio before. He was a guest on this show. He now represents Leon Edwards, Israel Adesanya, and Yuri Prochaska. That's an unbelievable thing for someone his age. And I really respect the way in which Tim Simpson, who's going to be our last guest of the day, represents his clients, conducts himself, has his clients back. I mean, I've talked to him 1,000 times about the ups and downs of Leon Edwards. And I mean, he was frustrated, but they stayed the course. And I watched Israel Adesanya does a great job with his YouTube channel, and he was doing this reaction video thing that he likes to do. And obviously he was rooting for Kamaru Usman, the Nigerian Nightmare. They're both obviously of African descent and very good friends. And you could see Izzy was upset. He was sad for his brother. He was sad for his friend, all that stuff. But he said multiple times, I'm so happy for Tim, which I think speaks to the respect and the love and the admiration and the relationship that Tim has with his clients. So I wanted to talk to him about the business of Leon Edwards now, what life has been like, where this ranks, and all his great moments. Of course, they represent Conor McGregor as well, and so many other great fighters over the years. And I thought it would be a nice way to end today's program. Also, don't worry, after the chat, we shall check back in because we've got to put the Parlay Pals to bed for this past week. Only one of us, I do believe, got it right. Frank, you might take exception to that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we both kind of got it right.
Is that a W or is it?
It's definitely a W. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, unlike your other draw for the night that didn't count. Yeah.
Right. Your fight was Sean Woodson. If I'm being honest, there was
built like a tank.
Yeah, built like a tank. There's no doubt about that. TM trademark. Sean Woodson had no business even getting a draw in that fight. That fight should have ended long before. Do you agree?
Ended for Woodson?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy. It was a sign of things to come as it pertains to the Rockhold, or as Paulo Costa likes to call him, Hockhold. Luke Rockhold is the best. What a character that guy is. No, but I got the nod with Tyson Pedro. Unfortunately, Huntsucker didn't get the nod, and or fortunately for me. Although I saw GC rooting for Huntsucker, which I thought was weird. I was like, "Are we in this together? Or are we not?" And I wasn't sure.
I wasn't cheering for him.
Seemed like you were
just acknowledging he was about to fight.
Felt like you were pulling for him.
I felt really bad for him.
Yeah. And then, Rick's picking GC. But we'll get to all of that in a moment. For now, though, let's go to our last guest of the day. I was just gassing him up big time, doing this whole big to-do, and he wasn't even there. I thought he was there listening to it all, but he wasn't. So it's all for naught. But he can go back and watch it. I don't want to repeat everything I just said. He's one of the best managers in the game, one of the youngest managers in the game, just 30 years young, and represents now 3 of the 8 male champions in the UFC. That's almost 50%, for goodness sakes. 170, Leon Edwards. 185, Israel Adesanya. 205, Yuri Prochaska. He's Tim Simpson of Paradigm Sports. Kind enough to join us here. There he is. Hello, Timbo. How are you?
Morning, Ariel.
Morning.
Good, man.
Thank you for doing this.
Good.
Are you in the same room right now? Is this weird that we just shifted to a different corner of the room?
Nah. We're in different rooms.
Okay. Thank you for doing this. Congratulations. I don't know if you saw this. Did you see the Izzy YouTube clip of him watching the fight?
Yeah, I just saw it this morning.
I thought that was really interesting because obviously he's very close with Kamaru. They're brothers. They have a great relationship. Yeah. But he kept saying, "I'm so happy for Tim." And I said this before you came on, like it shows the relationship and the connection and the friendship that you have with your clients. And so given that relationship, given that connection, and given everything that Leon has been through, could you describe what Saturday night felt like for you?
No, I literally can't, man. It's like, it's surreal. For some reason, it feels like it was a week ago. Like it's only been 2 nights. Like being here in Vegas, like we came to Vegas yesterday, and just like me and Leon got kind of like a couple minutes alone and just like had a chat and let it sink in a little bit. But it's like, it's not real, man. It's like it's not real. It's crazy. Like to describe it, I've never really felt like that in my life. Like me and Leon said, it's like never in my life have I gotten so emotional over something happy. Like obviously, you cried sad tears, but I've never been in a position like that where I'm just overwhelmed with emotion. It's been such a long journey, and the way that it happened was the way that it had to happen. You know what I mean? The way that last minute of round 5, like that's just Leon in a nutshell, and it's just happened the way it has to happen. And I can't really, describe it other than that. It's just surreal. It's so surreal.
The amazing thing about your face and your state right now is that I feel like we're talking on Saturday night. Like I feel like you are incredibly emotional 2 days later.
Yeah. I know the thing you said about like, is he saying he's happy got me a little bit as well, because that guy means a lot to me as well. So I didn't see that. I just saw him reacting to the knockout. I didn't actually see him saying that. So
yeah, he said it afterwards multiple times, how he had mixed emotions because he loves Usman, but he loves you too, and he was happy for you. So just incredible.
He
And
sent me a message right after, yeah. And it was just like, just all of that. It's just emotional. It's overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. It's crazy.
what are you thinking going into the 5th round? Are you thinking, man, this isn't going? Did you lose hope? How are you feeling?
It was I was sitting next to Camby, his wrestling coach who wasn't in the corner, and I was like, man, there's something wrong with him. Like it was like, this isn't Leon. You know, we know how good he is. Like I've been saying for 5 years, I know this guy could be a champion, and he just wasn't making a good account of himself. And it was just like, what's wrong? Like what's up? Like why is he tired? We obviously the elevation, and it was just like, man, it was that feeling of like not lost hope, but it was like, damn, like it's just he can make such a better account of himself. So it was a little bit deflating and just like a bit frustrating. Like, man, he's so much better than this. And then, bang, and then everything changes.
Can you even describe like what you did in that moment when you saw the head kick?
I've like severely injured my neck. Like at
really?
some stage, celebrate. Yeah, like something happened there. At one stage, I like bear hugged on the ground, like mounted Camby. There was me and Camby, and then two of Leon's sponsors and friends, Danny and Key, were there as well. We're just jumping all over each other, screaming and crying and making a ridiculous scene, but just raw, just raw emotion.
And I saw a clip, and I'm not trying to make this into any type of thing here, but correct me if I'm wrong. Like, were you pretty close to Kamaru's team as well?
I feel like everyone in there was Kamaru's team. Like he's a popular guy. We're in like the fighter section, and obviously Kamaru's like he's so well established, and he's in the US, and he's got a lot of friends, and yeah, I feel like that whole section was rooting for Kamaru, except for 4 of us in there. Actually, no, Jalen Turner was sitting in front of us as well, and he was going nuts. He was awesome too, but yeah, I feel like that entire section were Kamaru's friends. It's cool. But yeah, we're all in together.
Was that weird being so close to them?
Nah. It was just like, I was in the back until like right before the fight. So I was just like trying not to hyperventilate, and I was just trying to, everything else was kind of blocked out around it. I didn't really notice it.
Got it. In terms of like the way everything went down and the last few, like, would you say, and I asked you this privately before the fight, but I'm just curious, like the whole journey and then the way this fight, you just said it had to happen this way for Leon. You have been witness to a witness to a lot of insane moments in the sport at a very young age. Is it appropriate to ask if this one tops them all? Like if you put the whole freaking story together and now the finish as well, like how this fight played out, have you ever felt anything like this?
No, I'll be honest and say no. A diplomatic answer is I've got so many clients and so many amazing moments, and they all are very meaningful. Like, look what happened with just Yuri in September. That was amazing, and I love Yuri as well. And I've been fortunate to be involved in a lot of really big moments. But I'm going to be honest with you and say that was the biggest and most special. Just everything that's been going on. Me and Leon personally, and just everything that's led up to it. It really meant a lot.
When did you first meet Leon?
2017. Jimmy Manawa introduced us. Leon was looking for new management, and Jimmy Manawa, who a very good friend and brother of ours, was already a client of ours, and he said, Leon, you should speak to Audie and Tim. So then we got connected through Jimmy, and I went out to Birmingham in 2017, and we've started working together since then.
So 2017, 2018, 2019, he's on the roll, and then obviously like the last 3 years, well documented. At any point, like you've never dealt with anyone like this, right? Like in terms of like the bad luck, the roadblocks, removed from the rankings. Was he ever close to being gone? Like, did you ever think there was a period where like this just isn't going to work out for him in the UFC and he's going to get screwed and they're going to release? Like, did it ever get that bad?
No, because like, you have it like, wow, is there a something else we can do here, because at times it felt like nothing was going our way. But he always believed it, and you know, it's everything starts and ends. Everything starts and ends with the client, you know, and he always believed it, and he always knew. We always like he always knew, he said, I've known I'm the best in the world for the past 3 years, and it was just about the opportunity. So there's a lot of down moments, but there was always that it was going to correct itself, right? There was always belief that with patience and time, everything was going to be made right and it was going to correct itself. So there was definitely some down times, but we always knew.
I remember a few times talking, I don't know which cancellation, which roadblock it was, but we talk on the phone, you're like, oh, it's, it's 1 a.m. in Birmingham right now. You live in the States. So I'm like, you were saying, I'm dreading this phone call. Like tomorrow, like there were a few phone calls that I'm sure you had to make to him that were just not fun, right?
Yeah, many, 5, 6 terrible phone calls. It's always the same thing. It's like you have just like your stomach sinks as you're dialing his number, and like I've got to tell him that something's happened again, over and over and over. Yeah, and the time difference, it always makes it rough. Like it's not. He's got to wake up first thing in the morning and get crushed again.
Right. How was Utah, by the way?
It was fun. It was nice. We had a lot of fun out there. It was a weird city for it all to happen, but again, it's like it's Leon, and it's a beautiful place. Like the weather was nice. We got out in the mountains. We had a lot of great people that looked after us, and gyms that really supported us, and everyone out there was really cool. It was fun.
Okay, so he's going back at some point to Birmingham. I know you're spending some time there. He's got his birthday. What do we got from like the business of Leon right now? What do we got? Has business changed? Well, I know it's fresh, but tell us, like, give us an inside look here. I'm sure there's people coming out of the woodwork for this young man now.
Yeah, I honestly yesterday was Sunday. Saturday I couldn't keep up with the messages. Sunday tried to chop through all the messages and WhatsApps, iMessages, emails, Instagrams, and then looking at this morning, it's just all backed up again. So I'm still kind of digging through it. But there's so many people that we've been if you're talking commercially, a lot of people passed on Leon in the past, right? A lot of people passed on Leon and all these opportunities about his brands, whether it's interviews, whether it's shows. So a lot of people passed on him over the past few years, right? Particularly before this fight. And then it's funny. It's like now it's like, all right, the price just went up, motherfucker.
I love it.
It's good. It comes with the territory, right? I'm not saying anyone's disingenuous. Obviously, his whole platform's changed now. But yeah, we're gonna, that's what we do best. And we have some fun stuff coming out, starting with some awesome merch that's going to drop in the next couple of days. So be ready for that.
Look at me now.
Look at me now.
That's a tremendous
Look at
line.
me now.
Great.
Headshot bang.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the best post-fight interviews I've ever seen. I can't watch it without crying. Like it's ridiculous. It's the rawest thing I've ever seen, and we got some really cool stuff coming out. So keep your eyes peeled.
Okay.
Get on that bandwagon now.
I can't get enough of Leon content in my life. Like I keep watching the corner work over and over again, all the videos. I'm assuming you're the same.
Yeah, and it's like it's so nice to see. Yeah, everything on my feed is Leon right now. And gotta get back to reality. It's Monday now. Gotta get back to my real job. But it's so nice to see the attention that Leon's getting because he fucking deserves it. But the unheralded corner from Birmingham as well. Like Dave Lavelle is a gem. He's like a real life movie character if you're with him. He's so funny. He's got such a big heart, and he's such an important part of Leon's career and his life. So seeing Dave get that attention for his corner work, and then Henry as well. Like Henry's an amazing technical striking coach that doesn't.
What's his full name?
A lot of Henry Clemenson.
Okay.
Henry is literally we're sitting at the after party back at the house afterwards, and Henry's got like all these videos that he was sending Leon during the week of Kamaru's tendency to slip that way, and he's like, this was planned. It was deliberate. It was a technique that they've drilled. And it was something that they did save for later in the fight. Like Henry even said this will be more successful later in the fight. So seeing those boys, and then Yannick and Camby and Fabian, who calls headshot, like he calls head kick 5 seconds before it happens. You know, seeing that small team in Birmingham and these people that I've known and been close to for 5-6 years get that shine as well is it's so deserving. It's so deserving. You know, as Dave said, this small team from Birmingham shook up the world.
Incredible. Now, what about Birmingham? Are they going to do your boy Yuri got a parade back home. What are we doing back there?
Working on something. He'll get a hero's welcome.
Okay, yeah. Something is in the works?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. He's here in the US until Saturday, flies out. So he lands Sunday and gets into London. He'll drive up to Birmingham and his people will show out for him. Of course.
That's wonderful. Now, I'm assuming, or correct me if I'm wrong, have they talked to you about what's next? Any conversations in the back, or is it too fresh?
Too fresh. We'll go see it. We're here in Vegas. We'll go see UFC at some stage, but it's only Monday.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been a week. It's only Monday.
When that conversation happens, they come to you, all right, Tim, Leon, what do you guys want? Do you know what you'll say?
Wembley Stadium. Get Wembley Stadium or something. I think a homecoming fight in the UK is the main goal. The opponent will figure it out, but he wants to fight in the UK, and he deserves that. Like it'll be massive, and I think he deserves that homecoming. You know, full circle from 2018. You know, getting booed in his home country, he's going to be the hero now, and he deserves it. So, really, that's the only thing that we really, really want. The rest will fall into line.
There's a lot of beautiful ironies, like the fact that he would be the guy to bring them to Wembley if it happens is amazing. The fact that all these guys who wouldn't even look at him now want to fight him is amazing. You know, like there's all these things that now come back, and it's sweet, poetic justice for him. Do you think that they would really do an open air stadium? Because they've always been a little skittish on that.
You could. Think of like you could. There's no way they wouldn't sell that out. The UK fan, they sell out the O2 in like 3 minutes. And then people are clamoring for tickets. They absolutely could. There's so much talent there. You know, Leon, I don't want to rattle off all the names, Makayev, Tom Aspinall, Arnold Allen, Paddy Pimblett and all them. Like, they could easily sell that out. It would be huge.
I mean, okay, so now that's the venue. That's the time. He said next year, obviously, it would have to be. It's already almost September. Do you think it's Usman 3? I don't want you to say this is what, because you can make a case for Masvidal, obviously, but he's lost 3 in a row. Usman was a great chance. You're not feeling Masvidal.
I mean, Leon would love it, but how do you how do you do that right now with where he's at? You know what I mean? I think Leon would love it, but you know, I mean, you could sell it. Yeah, I think he's coming off 3-4 losses, right? So
yeah, 3.
Who knows? Who knows?
So you think it's Usman 3? That's the one that makes the most sense?
I think so, but again, we'll see what happens. You know, that it was quite a nasty knockout, right? And you need time for that. Depends what Usman wants to do as well. I'm sure that's what he wants. But yeah, I really, I'm not playing coy here. We haven't.
I know.
We've had like brief conversations on it. It's just the past 48 hours have been crazy, but we'll see. You know, we work in partnership with the UFC and see what you know what they feel strongly about and work from there. But really, it's the location which is the biggest thing. And as Leon said, he's like, I'm top of the mountain now. Bring them on.
Yeah.
So, but the thing we'll really fight for is getting it in the UK.
What about the curveball? If Nate beats Hamza, you run back Nate.
That would be sick in the UK.
Wouldn't that be nuts?
Would be amazing.
that would be amazing. They sign him. They say, forget Jake Paul. Stay here. We'll give you all this money. Speaking of which, Leon going to get a new deal, right? I mean, that's got to be.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. I love when we talk business on the show. Could you explain how could you possibly explain how a 30-year-old, a newly turned 30-year-old now represents? And I know you're going to give me the whole we have a team and blah 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 blah. I see you there. You're front lines, and you do have a great team. And Audie started it, and he deserves all that credit. But come on, man, 70, 85, 205. I see you with these guys. How do you explain this? Some kids probably watching this. I see them in the comments right now on the YouTube. 16,000 people watching. 30 years old, and you're representing these guys. How do you explain this?
Just thankful, man. Just really thankful. Like, don't fuck me up. it's just, you put a lot of your heart into this job. You have to, and I'm just thankful. Just thankful.
You couldn't have predicted this, right?
No, that like it's a lot of hard work. And a few years ago when Audie, really he into the role I'm in now, like directing and running the MMA division, I was very reluctant to do it at first. This was probably 2-3 years ago, and Audie really wanted me to do this, to run the division and take the reins. And I was really reluctant to do it. I was managing a few clients. I was helping Audie out a lot with the Connor stuff, and I was like, we butted heads on it a lot. I was like, I'm Audie. I'm 26, 27 years old. Like I'm still learning in this. Like I don't want to do it. And Audie and Keli really pushed me to do it. Like really pushed me. We butted heads, and I'm so thankful for that because I love Audie, and I'm so thankful for that because he didn't push me to do it. Things wouldn't happen the way they happened. So I love the team, and yeah.
Why were you reluctant though?
I don't know. It just felt like a lot. It just felt like a lot, but you need people like that to challenge you and push you. And, since then I've embraced it, and we really built an amazing team. Our MMA department in Paradigm, I love all you guys, and we've really built this thing, and we're going to keep building it. We're going to keep building it and keep going.
How many?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a lot of crying. I love it. I love it. I mean, this is
been like that for the past 2 days.
Have you stopped crying? I mean, it feels like just one long cry fest. Best,
literally.
Best message you got in the last 2 days.
I don't know. My mum and dad FaceTimed me right after the fight. And that was special. Speaking of my mum and dad, and it's so much support for Leon, and like Izzy hit me like right after the fight, and Yuri, and all like the clients that I work with, people I work with, family, friends, everyone. It's just all been so positive. Like it's just nice to like everyone's happy, and just like the way that Leon did it as well. I don't know. When you win and you have a lot of friends, but it is genuine. It's just everything's been special. Everything's been special.
And if we could end on this, like, what's the secret? Like, you can have representation, you can have a manager, but it seems like there's something different that you have with these guys. What is the secret to that? Like, if there's someone who's like, I want to represent, how do you make it more of a friendship, brotherhood, and not a business relationship?
You just got to care, I care. I love this. I've loved combat sports, and this is what I want to do. And I can relate to a lot of these guys, and you just got to really care. You just got to really care. It's obviously this is a business, and you need to treat it like a business, but it's you're not going to be good at it if it's not personal. It's so hard to be like, don't take it personally, and try and compartmentalize, but it's such an intimate job, right? You have to build those friendships. You have to build those relationships, and you just have to care. You just have to care, and if anything, we all make mistakes, and no one's perfect, and everybody's flawed. But if I can say anything, I care. I really do. I really do.
I see you in there. You're freaking shadow boxing. You're in the trenches with these guys. I see you there on your Instagram. Sometimes you break it out. You break out the Muay Thai shorts and stuff. I mean, it's incredible. How could they not love you?
Trying to stay in shape on the road.
Much respect, my friend. I can't wait to see what you do when you're 40. Unbelievable what you've done so far. It's an incredible thing to see, and you do it the right way. No one talks smack about you. Even other managers, they all respect you. And you know how these managers are. I mean, there's a lot of shit talking going on behind the scenes, and they all seem to respect you and admire you. And the relationship you have with the fighters is amazing. And seeing you in there with Leon on Saturday was pretty damn cool as well, man. So enjoy this, and thank you for doing this, and thanks for hooking it up with Leon today too.
Thanks, Errol. Liz, you've always been real, right? And thank you for the support of Leon over the years. And you and I behind the scenes have had so many conversations about that this guy really deserves it, and you haven't been afraid to speak your mind and defend the guy and really say what's real. So that means a lot to me. You know, it means a lot to Leon, but I appreciate you and everybody that's supported this journey.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Congrats.
Thanks.
There
Thank
he
you so
is.
much.
Tim Simpson, Paradigm. What a story. What a guy. You got to love it. What emotion, right? I mean, it's 2 days later and there's still tears flowing. Incredible stuff. What a day. I'm sweating in here. A lot of people watching. Beautiful day. God bless Leon Edwards. We'll check in with the guys here in a moment. Put the parlay to bed. Put the picks to bed. First, though, as you guys know, quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. College football is back. It's time to enjoy the tradition, the fun, and the great offers from DraftKings Sportsbook to celebrate the best time of the year. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on any team and get $200 in free bets instantly, win or lose. If that's not enough action, you can also place a same-game parlay for a shot, an even bigger payout. Just combine multiple bets into one, like which team will get the win, which team to score first, and more. What are the odds on Georgia, not the Republic of Georgia, University of Georgia, GC?
Like plus 450.
Wow.
I'm worried about Bama.
Defending champs, plus 450?
I mean, Bama's got the Heisman Trophy coming back. They've got the best defensive player in the nation.
It's because you guys lost that dude, Daquan or something. Go.
James Cook.
James Cook.
He's been tearing it up in the preseason for our Bills.
That's right. That's right, our Bills. Big win. Oh, I forgot to mention the Bills on Saturday, too. Big win over the Denver Broncos. Anyway, DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. Best of all, you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Now, here's a call to action for you, Frank. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code DMAR. Bet just $5 on any college football matchup and get $200 in free bets instantly. That's code DMAR only at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour. See show notes for details. All right, guys, what happened? I'm starting to wonder now, if we could all pick up our slack here, as they say, hold our own. What happened? It started off so good with Frank.
That's starting off good. A draw that, well, I mean, Frank was much more calm than I was. I mean, I was.
So you guys were watching together, right?
Yes, and when Sean Woodson essentially got knocked out, I was like, it's over. Parlay's dead, leg one. And we get saved by the knee, and then the fact that he survived the rest of the way. And then even when we went to the scorecards, I was like, I don't know if we're going to get this. And then when we got the draw, I was like, I'm counting this as a win. Like, the luck that we just got, I'm going to count that as a win. Frank immediately smugly is like,
by the way,
I did my part.
Yeah, I saw that. He texted that. I did my, on to you guys. I was like, what is this? But wait, here's the thing. I got this question a lot, and I don't even really know the answer. So what happens? Because don't the odds change at that point? Okay.
So the Sean Woodson pick here, if we can get the screen up just to have the recap of for those that missed it. The Sean Woodson pick becomes void. So we're essentially now doing a 3-leg parlay of Pedro, Usman, and then the Rockhold Costa does not go the distance. So it would have just...
So the odds change though, right?
Yeah, so it was plus 186. It probably would have paid out like plus like 120 plus somewhere in that range.
But it still would have paid out.
It still would have paid out.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct.
No, it still would have paid out. It still would have paid out. We got to give credit. Okay, then it went to me. It's Tyson Pedro. I mean, it was never in doubt.
Never.
You thought I should have gone, not that this, whatever.
I mean, that also would never have been in doubt.
Sure. TP gets the nod. And then you're watching Costa Rockhold, and what's happening?
I mean, I'm having a hard time not pulling my hair out in that, dude. I am like, it was one of those like bets where it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Like from the first, like once it felt like they were gassing out, I was like, this is just going to turn into like just a slop fest that goes the distance. And they're both just covered in blood in the end. And that's what happened. Like, I think the worst part for me, like I was wearing a hat, the hat was coming off. I was really getting frustrated. Like, was when Rockhold goes hands on the knees right in front of Costa, and Costa like doesn't swing on him at all. I was like, how is he not swinging on him? This is crazy. So yeah, Not great.
Yeah, there were so. I mean, okay, Frank, how was he? That's his story, but how was it watching
I mean,
him?
was
he freaking?
He was pretty agitated.
You stopped talking at some point. I thought you were really mad.
I think we all kind of read the room. We're like, we should probably not talk to him. I was like, Eric says this. He's like, I don't care what Eric says. It wasn't quite as blunt as that. It was just like he was so upset. There wasn't anything that was going to turn it around, and I understood that. But then, honestly, what happened afterwards of the fight after just trumped all of that.
Yeah,
it didn't matter anymore.
like we move on going into the Edwards fight. And honestly, Frank made a great point after the knockout happens with Edwards. He's like, honestly, it's better that we lost the parlay on the Costa Rockhold, because had we lost the parlay on the Usman
with 1 minute to go,
it would not have been as cool, Leon getting that knockout.
Man,
I mean, it's good justification.
I mean, it still would have been pretty damn cool. I would have been okay dropping it.
Right, it would have been cool, but I would. I mean, me and Frank are real riders. We take it every single week.
Yeah, like
so it would not have been as cool for us if we do say.
Wow.
We talk about the T-shirt curse. Frank was like, if Costa Rockhold doesn't go to a decision and it's just Usman on the line, I'm going to need you to go back and change your shirt.
Wow.
I didn't change the shirt.
Were you wearing the shirt for the fight?
Yeah, I was wearing the shirt.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
So is it the shirt that's cursed, or is it me cursing the merch?
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to respond to that.
I got bad news for you.
What do you got?
Tim starts talking about that merch for Leon.
I know
you have to get involved. I might have to get involved in
Stay
some
away
Leon
from
merch.
the Leon merch. I could see it. The Leon merch is going to be great. It's going to fly off the shelf. Okay, so then we get to the main event, and I mean, at that point, it's over.
Yeah, it's
but
dead.
at least Eric's feeling pretty good about himself, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I still feel pretty good. I was on the right side of that one.
yeah. What do you mean you were on the right side of that one?
Yeah, I mean,
It's a gambling term. When you lose, it's like I was still on the right side of that.
yeah, like you're happy with where your money was at for that fight, but yeah, sometimes you take the L.
That's respectable.
Did I not tell you on Monday that it was a mistake?
Where was your money at? Where was the Leon money at?
Wait, he did do it.
I did do it.
Ariel doesn't bet on MMA.
I sent it to them.
I
actually
can we give the whole thing? Can we give the whole breakdown?
Just give him the whole thing.
I'm not going to
All
do
right,
that.
Ariel,
Let me see
that
the
more-
slips.
There's actually slips.
He
I
has
sent.
the slips.
I don't want to do the.
No, tell them the story.
He
Tell them.
has the slips. He's texting me and Frank that morning. He takes Blue Jays money line underdog. He takes Nottingham Forest money line underdog and Leon Edwards money line underdog 20 to win like 500 something.
Yes.
It gets killed in the
Did
first
that
leg.
cash?
So Nottingham
the Blue Jays
Forest.
did. I don't know.
No, Blue Jays won.
Blue Jays win. Nottingham Forest is winning, and then in the 88th minute they give it up for a draw. And in retrospect, had they not given that goal up, Ariel would have hit like what was it? Like plus.
Okay, but there's a better part of that story. So this is when I went to get the coffee with matcha before the Nottingham game, and you say, "Put your money where your mouth is," or something like that. So I was like, you know what? F this. I am going to do that. All right. This is what GC said to me. So I'm going to do it. So there's 10 minutes before the start of leg number 1, which is Nottingham Forest versus Everton. So I feverishly do this, and I put it all. I'm like, you know what? Screw the haters. Show me the slips. I'm going Nottingham. I'm going Blue Jays, who I just spent. I mean, Alec Manoa. We could get into all of that if you guys want. Tremendous guy, big MMA fan, and then Leon. And then I'm so proud of myself because I pull this off and I send it to GC and Frank. And then Frank responds with the emoji of the guy with his hand on his forehead. And I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Face palm, yes. And I look and I picked Everton by mistake. So it was the wrong pick. I meant to pick Nottingham Forest, the underdog. So then I picked Everton. I was like, oh shit. So then I'm trying to figure out, how do I edit this thing? Then I just cancel it. I get, what is it called? Like you pay out?
You cashed it out.
Yeah, I cash it out.
Wow. So if you didn't cash it out, you would have won
it still would have been a draw.
Brought it to his attention that he
as
bet
well.
for the wrong
Yeah.
team.
But it would have just been
Forest
annoying.
ended in a draw.
It would have been a draw. So in soccer, I guess, or football, it's like winner, or draw, right? There's no push, I suppose.
Yeah, or you
I
can take a
see.
win or
I
draw.
see.
Yeah.
That lessens
You
the
don't
odds.
push.
Yeah.
You don't push. I guess because it's so low scoring, like a draw is a very obvious like bet. Okay, that makes
Right.
sense. I get that.
But it was funny that I screwed up. The old
I respect
habit,
it.
the old habit or the old team kind of reared its ugly head. Even Molly, I saw her say to someone else, and didn't tag me saying that I was dead to her.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a little bit rough. I retweeted it, of course. And then I asked her,
Listen, you switched the allegiances. I get it.
Whatever.
You know what? I said I was on the right side of it. I feel good about the bet. I don't want to take anything away. If it let me say this. A lot of people, and I'm not pointing to any individuals, but a lot of people are throwing around the term quote unquote lucky, right? Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference and this is how I see it. There's a big difference between improbable and lucky, right? It was improbable. It did not look like it was going to happen. It was not likely to happen. But lucky, the guy threw the picture perfect technique at the picture perfect time and knocked Kamaru Usman out. There's nothing lucky about that. Improbable, yes, but lucky, nah, man. That was magical, as you said.
No, that's not. By the way, he referenced it. My friends at BT have footage because they put out this documentary. I think they're going to post it tomorrow. You remember that Dustin Poirier thing with Jorge, where he posted the was it Poirier that posted the video after the Jorge win over Ben Askren, or was it Mike Brown that posted it of them practicing?
Mike Brown.
Oh, it was
Mike Brown posted it.
I thought it was Poirier for some reason. Anyway, there's a clip that is to come of them specifically talking about this, specifically talking about it.
In the post fight and with you, he said that is something he drills. That is and he said against Bilal, the first part of that was the punch that then was an eye poke, but it would have led to the head kick. So, luck had nothing to do with what happened on Saturday
so
night.
Disrespectful to say that.
There's a video of him drilling it. Someone made an edit of him practicing it into the actual head kick.
I think there's some people who don't want to give him credit and they'll say it's lucky no matter what. And I think there's some people who mean improbable, who just mean it can, there's no way that could have happened. I can't believe it happened.
It's
unbelievable.
Insanity.
But luck had nothing to do with Saturday night.
No, and once you see this clip, they're actually talking about it. He's going to do this and then you're going to do that. It's pretty remarkable, man.
I mean, maybe do it a little earlier next time,
maybe that was part of he said
time.
he was waiting. He was waiting. I mean, he was running out of time, for goodness sake.
he was almost there.
50 seconds left. I remember I think you were the one back in the ESPN MMA days who unearthed that mom FaceTime clip, Rick, right?
Yeah. On
what was that show called? Destined or something?
UFC Destined on ESPN Plus. If you haven't seen it, I mean, it's some of the best produced stuff in this sport. It's really, really good. And after the Bilal, what was that? A no contest DQ? I forget. No, not DQ.
No contest.
He didn't lose.
No contest.
No contest. He's on the bus FaceTiming his mom and just bearing his soul, going through the emotions and talking about what he's really feeling and can't believe that this is his life and so frustrated because of all the things that you said so eloquently at the top of the show. And now he gets to call his mom and say he's a world champion. I mean, it's incredible.
My big takeaway from the two conversations was, if Nathan Diaz wins on September 10th, they are down.
Well, my takeaway was
everyone's
kind of
down.
that big. Yeah, everyone's down, but it's almost like they're not gung ho about this trilogy fight. They're not saying it has to be Kamaru. They're not it's
I'm sure
throw me a body in
posturing, right?
For sure, and as you should, but throw me a body in Wembley and let's do it. I mean,
God, Wembley,
it makes sense.
Incredible,
unbelievable.
They need to do that. If boxing can do it every freaking month, they need to do that as well. UFC needs to chill out a little bit. Have fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the business end of it enough to say there, but it'd be hard to imagine Leon not selling tickets there against any of those opponents that we've talked about.
Okay.
I mean, Nate Diaz.
Oh, no, anyone. I mean, you do a UK versus the world. Here's your chance. Here's your moment. Say what you have to say about Jake Paul. Go ahead. Do it.
Me?
Yeah, do it. This is your chance.
I mean,
say what you say.
So
what do I have to say?
Go ahead.
What do I have to
do
say?
Do
There's
it.
nothing
You
to
want
say
to
about
say
Jake Paul.
You want to say it? Go ahead.
Listen, I mean, if we're going to talk about Jake Paul, if the topic of conversation of Jake Paul is going to come up,
this is it. I wanted to give you the chance.
It'd be fair to point out that I've long said that Jake Paul's pro fighter stances have always been out of convenience and not really much of a genuine article. And I think he's proven that at this point. Now, do I begrudge him for that? No. I mean, I think just being a little more transparent about that. He's pro fighter when it helps his cause and his rallying against the UFC and against Dana White. When Luke Rockhold and Paulo Costa are having a fight, he's not so pro fighter. And, I think, and I also think he's dealing with now multiple fights falling apart, not by his own doing. And I think that can swing somebody a little bit more to the idea of where the UFC has control over the fighter contracts and allows them to make fights in a way that boxing has a model where it's a lot harder, and why we don't see a lot of these big super fights. So,
quick question
Jake Paul
from the peanut gallery.
Oh yeah, Frank has a question for you. Go ahead.
Did the fight not look a little sloppy while it was happening?
Oh yeah,
Were we not
no
like
doubt.
emotionally like kind of like, oh man, this is kind of sloppy? I think this is Jake Paul's way of expressing that emotion. It totally disrespectful, especially when he has the platform that he does. But like, I think we were all kind of feeling like, why isn't he being finished here, or why aren't
Let's
they?
go, Frank. Team Jake Paul. I love it.
This is good.
Just saying.
No, he's definitely right. Both those guys would end him. Like, I mean, let's call it what it is. Like
I would pay so much money for
Paulo Costa. Paulo Costa versus Jake Paul would be actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be a month ago.
Oh my God.
It's a little disappointing that he has one fight left. Why did he tell us all week long that he
the social media battle would be fantastic.
It would be incredible.
It sounds like Paulo's showing him some mercy, though. He doesn't want to ruin his TV career.
He did have an opportunity there to go in, and he didn't for some reason.
Hey, wants Mike Perry to get it.
That was also really weird that he was championing his cause. Here's the thing, though. If that exact fight, same sloppiness, whatever, happens with two 155ers or 145ers or 175, I wonder if he even is tweeting about it. Like, I guess the benefit of the doubt that I'm trying to give him is, was he just trying to pick a fight?
But that's kind of my point. Everything is about Jake Paul trying to pick a fight. Everything in the Jake Paul sphere is about what serves Jake Paul best. He's not noble. It's really not like, he's not a noble person by default. There are things that he is trying to raise awareness to that there is nobility in, like this idea of being pro fighter and fighter rights and fighter contracts and things like that. But at the end of the day, the only reason that is being raised is not because he's a good dude, is because it serves his purpose best. It is anti Dana White. It is anti UFC. And it has always been that. And as long as you're willing to go along with that ride and say, hey, look, if it does some good as a consequence, because Jake Paul is motivated to do it, great. I have no problem with that. Stir the pot and make some positive change. But it's definitely not motivated out of the goodness of his heart. And I think it never has been. Let's call it what it is. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It was disappointing. Everyone's showing them love. It was sloppy. They were exhausted. But like, that is what I was so impressed by. The fact that they were still standing. And Rockhold has this great moment with Rogan afterwards. And then he has this great moment with DC. And it's like, this isn't the time, man. This isn't the time. Read the room. You want to call them names, do it on Monday. But this really bothered me a lot. And then,
and then you had to 10-7
he threw up the meatball, and I was like,
I was going to say, he's coming at you via your Twitter. You dropped the mind-blown emoji, and that's how he started it, by responding to you.
Right.
Do we get a second look at the
exchange?
At the 10-7? Let's at least get the 10-7. Let's get
that
up there.
I mean, if you want,
It's good stuff.
Ariel loves giving out participation awards, and that's his problem. Is that really what do you think he means by that? Because I don't know if I love giving out awards. I love giving out props. I like being respectful towards fighters, but it was weird. Like, I like giving out participation awards, and that's my problem. And then the moment I saw it, I was like, wait a second. This is the dude that made his own belt. And so I just quickly Googled Jake Paul belt, and that's the picture that came up.
What a perfect photo, too. I mean, you couldn't have picked a better one.
Did you censor the finger?
No, I'm not. You think I know how to do that?
I was wondering if you did or not.
No. That's the first one that came up. And the main event was about to start, so I just had to drop. I was going to write like this you or something, and I just, couldn't be. What was the ratio on that?
As of this morning, it's set at 3,700 to 19,000.5.
Wow. It's pretty good.
Wow. That's the amount of viewers we hit today, too. 19.5. How poetic.
Not bad, yeah. Oh, wow. That is really poetic. I didn't even think of that. Wow. That is amazing. Last bit of news before we get to the full recap. And this one completely got overshadowed. I even failed to mention it to... would you know what I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Tony Ferguson? Yeah, Tony Ferguson against the Leech on September 10th. Li Jingliang at 170 pounds. Completely out of, left field. Go ahead.
I think it was Capose. He tweeted in the morning. He was like, "Did I dream that Tony Ferguson news last night?"
Yes, very strange. Here's the thing: I had been hearing leading up to the point. Dana had mentioned a few times we're working on some stuff, and I had been hearing from managers that they were in fact working on adding because the card isn't selling well. What a shocker, right? A card that doesn't have many interesting fights on it, that's kind of cobbled together, that is at the very top featuring a really tough guy against a beloved figure that a lot of people don't think has a chance. Oh, what a shocker that no one wants to, go to Las Vegas for this. Also, it might be hurting them. This is me just speculating. Canelo Triple G's the following weekend in Vegas, so maybe that's hurting them if people, I don't know. Anyway, not telling, so they want to add something to it. There was talks of adding Kevin Holland versus Wonder Boy, not happening. Too short notice. I think Wonder Boy's into it. The fight that they're trying to do for Wonder Boy? You know what that fight is? The fight that they're trying to put together for Wonder Boy, that they're trying to ram down his throat, is Shavkat versus Wonder Boy. And I just think that, I actually find that to be more egregious than Khamzat.
This card could be like a funeral for the old guard. I mean, Jesus.
Didn't Shavkat call him out after his last fight?
Come on.
Yeah.
Wonder Boy Thompson, who's the ultimate nice guy, who's always been a team player, company guy. You're trying to kill him off with Shavkat? It's the worst matchup possible for him.
No, that's dirty.
This is not good.
Don't love it.
I mean, that could be.
They first tried to do Sean Brady, which is also a bad matchup for him. Shavkat just as bad, if not worse. He's the less popular, less well-known version of Khamzat, but just as tough as Khamzat.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. And then there was some talk of maybe doing Curtis Blades versus Sergey Spivak, but I don't think that's going to work. And Blades in a tough, if I'm Blades, I'm waiting for Tai Tuivasa and Cyril Gane winner at this point. What Spivak? Nah, no thanks. So I'm curious if they're going to add another one. But so I heard about this, and then Tony tweets about it, and then they run down the card. They have that promo. I'm like, all right, here's Tony announcement. It's coming. Here we go. And there's no announcement. And then Dana just drops it at the press conference.
Yeah.
That was weird. At 107. How do you feel about this?
You
don't like it?
Good. Not good.
I'm a Leech guy ever since UFC Long Island. So
yeah. I have mixed emotions about it. I don't like that it's short notice. I do like that it's 70 for Tony, so he doesn't have to cut that weight.
But it's also against the guy who can bomb.
Yeah.
All these guys, Nate, Tony, Cowboy, all the legends of years past, they need the Cowboy versus Joe Lozon fight. That's what they need. Yes. I don't want to see Tony Ferguson versus the Leech. I don't want to see that.
Who would you have preferred?
It's not the fight. How about Joe Lozon? I don't think he'll probably take a fight at 170 against Tony Ferguson. Let's do that. Let's do something where it's
you threw out another name. Hangman.
I threw out a name? Yeah, I mean that's a no-brainer. Hooker, yeah, but Hooker's probably wanting to fight in July, right? I mean, it's in January, right? That's probably...
No, actually, Hooker posted something that he has fight news coming. Now, I don't know if it's in 2 weeks, but...
Yeah, so then why not? Why not do that? Hooker versus Tony makes a lot of sense. Now, yeah, maybe Dan wants to fight quick, so then he could hop on the January card, because that would make sense too.
And here's the ultimate thing. If they're trying to beef up the card in terms of ticket sales and whatnot, does this do it?
Who's getting on a flight now to Vegas? I guess just Die Hard.
Well, no, because again, it's like,
listen,
gosh,
Tony.
I don't want to see Tony get beat up.
Tony's a
Maybe
draw.
they think
Tony
it's a
has it, but
retirement fight?
It's the same. This is the same feel as the main event. It's the same kind of here's a guy who's I'm sure, is the Leech ranked? I'm actually not sure. Maybe he's on the cusp. Let's call it. If he's not, who Tony Ferguson is coming up from a division that he doesn't fight in anymore. He's returning to it, but he doesn't fight it anymore. To fight a guy who's a really tough guy with a name that if he beats him, it doesn't really do much for Tony's stock anyway. So it's like, what is the point of this? I don't get it. Tony will draw people the same way Nate will draw people, the same way Khamzat will draw people, but the feel of this fight just doesn't make a lot of sense for me.
Leech is 14, by the way, in the welterweight rankings of the UFC.
So there you go. I don't.
And by the way, Tony ranked higher. Tony's 11 in the 55.
At lightweight.
Yeah, I know.
At lightweight.
I don't think
Tony
he
also got blasted 4 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
I
4
wouldn't
months ago.
personally have Tony ranked at this
Wait,
point.
was it? It was less than 4 months ago.
Less than 4 months ago.
By the
now,
time
but
the fight happens,
he fights,
yeah.
it'll be 4 months, like almost on the dot.
And
That is true.
we'll say this: I'll be all concerned, and then he'll come out and he'll win, and it'll be all good.
Yeah, right.
Spinning back elbow.
Yeah, it'll be all good.
I'm
Everybody will
see
say
what the
I'm
line's
crazy.
going to be.
Is it out?
Can't be good.
No, it's not out yet.
No.
Curious as to what it's going to be.
Yeah. All right. So that's September 10th. What are we doing for this weekend? Are we doing parlay pals or what?
I don't know what we're going to do. What are we going to do? Week 0 college football, Premier League?
I'm out of my depth on both of those.
Yeah, we're talking about
What's up with this one situation? Can we get on the horn? I mean, like,
who's getting on the horn. You're on the horn to Shatri. Where are the odds at, my man?
yeah. Well, I don't understand this.
Like right now we have FEN and Fame.
How could a DJ fight not have odds?
That's on Amazon. Primetime in the States. Centuron Fighting Championship has odds right now.
And they won't do it by like Friday?
I doubt it. I've never seen odds for one championship before.
This is crazy.
But I can promise you we will make some bets if there are odds.
Yeah, I guess we'll need something.
All right, we'll worry about that. Give us the full breakdown of this past weekend.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's start it off. Speaking of, if they give us odds, that's a flyweight fight.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
will
love
take
this.
the under.
What is
in
this
that.
new flyweight thing that I keep seeing you tweet about?
Yeah, I mean, it was born on No Bets Barred. I think we're 6-0 now, giving out flyweight unders. They've just been a moneymaker for us lately. It just feels like even the ones that I don't bet on, the Kai Kara France, Brandon Moreno one goes under as well. So yeah, we get De Silva Altamirano under, Albazi Figueiredo both go under, got both those at plus money. So yeah, we'll see how long we can keep this up. Eventually the train is going to run off the tracks hard, but we're not there yet. Hit a heavyweight over too, complete opposite end of the spectrum. Merab, we get that, then we lose Paulo. Leon by decision. He wasn't going to win by decision anyway, so it was cool to see him get the head kick. And then Usyk. Talk about someone who can take a punch, man.
Oh, my God.
Anthony Joshua never even seemed like he was phased going through that, but he did catch the L in the end. So 4-3, we finish up a couple units on the singles. Parlay, second week in a row. Struggle in this spot. I mean, the Miranda Maverick, Sean Woodson, Kamaru Usman. By the time we get to the Usman, it's just a single at like minus 335. So we end 4-3, and barely up on the week, 0.79 units. But that's 5 straight winning weeks, no matter how small it is, to end this 12-week run of UFC. So I'm proud of that. I'm happy with that. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, everyone in control room clapping as well. Almost at 40 for the year. Right around 52 all time. So, yeah, hopefully pick it right back up with Paris and have a good fall to close out the year. But, yeah, like where we're at right now.
I can't believe we're at that point, like to close out the year.
I can't believe we've almost been doing this for a year. By the end of September, the first one we ever did was UFC 266, which was like September 25th of last year. So we're almost at the year point right now.
Wow, Volk Ortega.
That was the first one we ever did. I was like real life nervous going into that one. Like... And now it's just like same old at this point.
I mean, it's old hat.
Old hat. Shout out to the Draft King.
Yes.
Zagar, however you pronounce this. D Zagar. Shout out to him. Real picture. Looks great. Leon Edwards, Paulo Costa, Merab, Tyson Pedro, Jay Perrin. Victor Altamirano gets it done. He wins $173. And then another week of just crazy big hitters. I don't know how these people keep doing it. I'll run through them quickly. Our man at QPE, he calls himself Ape on Twitter, plus 55,080, 11 legs, another full card parlay, turns $25 into 13,700. I just can't even fathom how crazy he was going when Leon got that kick. I mean, just tremendous. This is now the third time he has been on the show, which means I can't believe we're doing this 2 weeks in a row. QP, Ape.
Oh,
he makes the Hall of Fame.
That is a creepy picture, by the way.
I think it's Anakin from episode 3 of Star Wars.
All right.
But he makes it up there. Oh, we have 5 people. Yeah, we'll have Anakin creeping over my shoulder this whole time.
There's 5 people there now?
5 people, man. So you either have to, I think the rules I've made are you have to make it 3 times or hit a plus 100,000 or bigger. So.
Okay.
He wasn't that special, though, hitting a full card parlay because at D-94 does the same thing. Turns $1 into 663. I don't know how these people do this. You just get every single fight right. It's unbelievable. Plus 66,213. So shout out to him. And then we get some Leon love here. Our man Teddy Choppa too. Leon Edwards KO and round 5 plus 5,000.
Wow.
I don't know what would make you do this, but he did this. $5 into 255, and then he had Edwards by KO or TKO in round 4 or 5 plus 2,300. Turned $1,750 into $555 all off that head kick. So shout out to him. And then this is the craziest one. If we thought this one was good, our man K Sidhu 96 one-ups it plus 25,000. Leon Edwards by kick KO.
Wow.
Round 5. I didn't even know that you were able to bet on this. Plus 25,000. He said that his book limited him to only 30 cents on it, but he turned that 30 cents into $75.30. I mean, wildly specific bet that ended up being correct. So shout out to him. And then we have Swazki's plus 24,893 8-leg parlay, $10 into 3,300. I mean, these people are just cashing out. It's unbelievable. I'm a bit jealous with how.
What is that picture of?
He took a picture of his computer screen.
Oh,
with
okay.
that slip, which is actually helpful with such a big slip. But yeah, shout out to him. And last but not least, I don't know if you saw this one. Not really a big hitter, but this guy. You asked for the crazy predictions before the fight.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
He said Leon Edwards KO, left high kick.
Holy crap.
Bingo, right on the money. So shout out to Toby Kinsella for that one.
Headshot.
Picture.
Dead.
Yeah. Picture of Katie Taylor, too. So he's in good company.
Oh, wow.
With you.
Yeah, I tweeted this like way earlier in the morning. Like, what's
Yeah.
going to be the most shocking result of the day or some surprise of the day? And
Toby
wow,
called
you
it,
went
man.
through those?
He sent it to me.
Oh, man.
But-
Okay, I was like, damn, there were a lot of replies there.
Yeah, I mean, 641 says it right there. So, yeah. Unbelievable stuff from them. Shout out to the big hitters.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah,
to
congrats
all of
to
you.
them.
What a day, guys.
I was just about to say, man,
What a day.
This one went by fast.
Any final thoughts, guys? Are we good here? I think we're good. Yeah, everyone feel good.
We're
Still
great.
a lot of people joining us here. It almost feels like we need to just kind of like hang out for a while. But no, we
Fireside
are.
chat.
Anything, Frank, you want to say to the people? Anything?
No, I do think I saw a slip where somebody had bet on Woodson drawing. Is that right? GCA?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I was going to shout them out, but then I went deeper on their Twitter, and they just took every single fight to finish in a
that's
draw.
all right. Well,
Still hit,
that's a
though.
strategy.
That's
Still
okay.
hit.
Yeah, that's okay. Betting every single fight to finish in a draw is still, I mean, I wonder what that bank account looks like. If
I know,
you
but
do
when
it for
he
every
when he sent
single-
it to me, I thought like he sent it to me right after the fight. I was like, wow, that is unbelievable. Like if that was just the one you took, like some sort of intuition. He almost hit two of them because the Romanov fight, had they given him the 10-8s in round 1, would have been a draw as well.
Wow.
You know
Amazing.
what? I'm gonna still give credit because it's like the guy who took Leon Edwards by kick specifically. I'm sure he has 15 other bets on the fight too. You know, one happened to hit. Draw guy, he hit his mark. That's okay.
I mean, of course.
Draw
credit
guy
where-
deserves it.
where credit is due.
Deserves some credit.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. I'm very happy to hear that things are in motion in Birmingham for his return. Of course, we will be back on Wednesday and efforting to have, I'd like to have that coach, Dave Lavelle, on to talk about what has now become a viral. I mean, shout out, BT put together the video, but then the dude who put the Rocky music on top of it is what really made it go viral. But just incredible stuff.
I think he's coming after you.
Who is?
Guy that put the Rocky music on top.
He did?
Trying to find it right now.
What? I freaking magnified it.
I know. I think he's just looking for a,
He's looking for a
old
fight?
HT. No, I think he's looking for an old HT.
There ain't no HT. I retweet. I didn't rip it off.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow.
What was the one with the text on it? Come on, son. Come on, Leon.
Yeah, that's
You know
him.
what I'm talking about? Yeah. Didn't you post it?
Yeah, I reposted it.
You retweeted it or reposted it?
No, like when you tweet a video.
Yeah, that's what you did.
That's the
I
one.
think you're still looking for the old HT.
Okay, I'm sorry, bud. Listen, I didn't have to do that. All
I
right.
think it was See You Soon. That was his name. See You Soon, boy. Something.
Okay. Hey, see you soon. Great job ripping off BT's video. and posting the Rocky music on top of it. Like, that's really all you did. Great job. No, it's great job.
I hope I'm not mixing people up.
BT deserves all the credit. They're the one who have the footage. If anything, BT should be mad at this guy for stealing their footage.
I agree with that. I hope I'm not mixing people up.
Wow, you just got me really upset and what was a really great day. Anyway, all right. Why do you have to end on that note? Now I feel like I need to go. Peace out, Rick.
You brought it up.
I didn't bring up anyone calling me out, credit, or anything like that.
He came to me and Rick. He called Rick the social media guru.
Oh, on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants a tag. That's all he wants.
Look at this. Rick knows what I'm talking about. He's leaving me on an island here, acting like I'm crazy. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
What tag?
You described it.
By the way, when you repost a video, doesn't it put their name on the bottom there, and you can click on that?
And you can just click and go to them.
Glass.
Yeah.
He wants a little VIA. He wants a little HT. Whatever he wants.
Much more than that.
And now he's getting more than that. Now he's getting all the the shine.
JJ,
Good
do me a
job,
favor.
says Helwani.
Can you put this one right here? This camera here. I'll give him something. I'll give him a kablam. A kablam. Haven't you learned by now? When you come at the king, you best not miss. Whether it's all the Leon haters, whether it's Jake Paul, whether it's all the haters online, when you come at the king, you best not miss. A great day on the program. I hope you all enjoyed it. It was fantastic as we celebrated and feted the achievement that was Leon Edwards winning the welterweight title, and now it's going to be a fun few months as we figure out where he goes from here. We'll be back on Wednesday to talk a hell of a lot more about all of this with a lot of interesting people. But Frankie, baby, it's time to go. I'm tired. I'm very sweaty. It was an emotional day. We had a lot to say. What was that?
That was the sound of Eric leaving the Zoom.
That was amazing. I had no idea what I was going to say at the top of the show. I'm still not really sure what I said at the top of the show, but I hope that each and every one of you get to experience some type of jubilation, some type of emotion, some type of satisfaction from watching this sport, because this sport, like, I was trying to show the Leon, I was trying to explain, and then I showed the Leon win to some members of my family yesterday. And they don't know who he is. They know nothing. And I don't know if you can truly appreciate what he did without knowing the backstory. And the backstory that starts in Jamaica to Birmingham to the stuff in the UFC. And if you are able to take that all in, digest all of that, and then see what he did and see how the fight went. Like, if you just see the knockout, it's like, oh, it's a great knockout. But then you see the whole thing, the whole freaking arc from beginning to end. It's one of those moments that we will never forget. And I still can't believe it really happened. I really can't. Special stuff, special moment, special finish, special fighter, special sport. And I'm so happy that we get to cover it and talk about it multiple times a week. Thank you to all our guests, Merab, Paulo, Leon, Rocky Edwards, Tim Simpson. Thanks to all of you. We love you all. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until I say peace, I'm out of here.